Hello. Sorry about that. We had a bit of a false start to the stream today because I messed up my internet settings. I had the proxy enabled and then I disabled it midstream. But we seem to be good now. I'm streaming on YouTube again because, well, I can do that as long as I'm not listening to music, which I've not been doing the last couple of streams. I think I'm going to need to open another window. It's not too hot today, but as soon as I fire up the stream, it starts warming up in here. Okay. So I wanted to make it so that pressing the right mouse button deselects the currently selected build object. Oh. And that will probably extend to miracles too. But we'll just start with, well, actually the simplest implementation is probably if something other than Miracle Hand is selected, then deselect it and switch to Miracle Hand. Right? And I think everything else is just based upon which mode you're in, essentially. So it's as simple as that, really. I think it should be a pretty quick and easy implementation. I already have a right pressed command that just doesn't do anything. Oh, you see, I had this implemented once before. But I disabled it for some reason. I feel like it makes sense, at least for deselecting the build objects. Yeah, that's the thing now. If you have a miracle selected and you press escape, it's going to deselect the miracle as opposed to opening the exit prompt. I'm not sure that's really what I want, because having a miracle selected is a little bit different from, oh my god, what's going on? Having a miracle selected, it's a little bit different. Having a build object selected, yes, because it's like an object. But the miracle selection, I'm not so sure about that. I might have to change it back. I'm already in the controller object. I'm looking for the pause object. Here we go, yeah, so I remember making some modifications to this recently. Okay, we'll drop whatever you're holding, it will deselect any build objects, and then I added this bit. Okay, the fountain handling in there is because the fountain might be a miracle, but it's also an object. But I think this one, I think I'm just going to remove this one, basically. Yeah. And then I should pretty easily just be able to copy this across. Well, it doesn't make sense to drop things with right mouse button, because that's done by releasing the left mouse button. But at least these ones. Okay, if I just I just put those in the right pressed event. Right pressed. Does pressed, what is it? Pressed and released, and then does held? What's the other one? Mouse down, right? Not held. Yes, so on pressed. Yeah, probably the best way to do it. Otherwise, you could. Well, it gives you a chance, a second chance, if you press the right mouse button, but it doesn't deselect it until you release the right mouse button. You sometimes have one of those moments of realization where you're like, oh, that's not actually what I wanted to do. And so you can still you can catch yourself, and before you release the button, you can still do what you wanted to do. So maybe on release would actually be a good idea in this case. Maybe I'll add a left released. I don't know, would it be weird? Would that feel weird? Who knows? Let's try it. Left, have I been saying left when I mean right? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I need to do this demo false check. Yeah. Whoops. Like that. Man, this sort of stuff always feels really nice when you can just do like you can make a quality of life improvement that takes like 5 minutes and just improves the quality of life. That's great. Usually, I mean, you don't get to that stuff until really deep into development, because usually you're implementing all these systems, and it's all like the core stuff that actually makes the game a game. And then it takes a lot of time, and then you can just do something that's like really easy that just makes things nicer, like this. So if I release the right mouse button now, and we're not in a demo, else it will just end game. And I have a campfire drum store crush tent selected. Global mode holster. Interesting. Yeah, we can't use the holster with Fountain because Fountain is a miracle. So it just puts you back to hand. Interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I don't really know how else I would do that, so that's probably how it's gonna be. Alright, so I can now deselect things by releasing the right mouse button on release, just so you can potentially catch yourself if you didn't actually mean to do that. So I might think you know, I might select this and then I might think, oh, I don't actually want to place the drum. Oh wait, no I do, but I've already pressed right mouse button. But it's not too late, I could still place it. As long as I don't release right mouse button yet. Or I can release it and it doesn't work. Interesting. Why doesn't it work? Drum, click follow, holster. Right, released. Do I keep saying left instead of right? I don't know what's wrong with me today. Demo false. I mean, I was definitely in drum mode, wasn't I? We can even see that on the UI. If I do this, oh, this hunter's gonna get attacked again. Got this guy, put him with his buddies over there. So if I select drum, mode is set to drum. I'm pressing right mouse, but it's not deselecting that. That is unusual, and I assume I have Miracle Hand selected before, so it should go back to... That should be the holstered Miracle. Well, it works when I press escape. Is it? Oh, I did right released instead of global right released. Mouse global right released. There we go. So it was actually this would have only happened if I clicked on this object, which I'm not even sure that's possible, to be honest with you. It did occur to me recently that these objects should probably be outside of the room. But it's not a big deal. They're all in the top left corner. All of my like invisible manager objects and things are in the top left corner of the room. It would probably be better if they were outside of the room, but I don't think it's going to cause any issues. It would just be kind of good practice to do it that way, you know. So there we go, if I release right mouse, now it will deselect this. But I can catch myself, I can press right mouse and be like, oh no, wait, no, I still want to place this down. Or then I could change my mind again and release. Okay, so that's that, and so I've reverted it so that pressing escape doesn't deselect miracles. So we're just going to go straight to the pause screen. Well, it's not really the pause screen, is it? This is the pause screen. Oh yeah, that's weird. I mean, it makes sense. The game is paused. I think that's what I was thinking, like you can pause but then still bring up the escape menu, and then if I choose no, oh, but then it unpauses. Shouldn't it go back to being paused? Why is it unpausing? That's a bit weird, isn't it? Almost like it should be a separate thing. Oh, okay, my Twitch authentication expired or something. Oh. Apparently I'm not even authenticated to begin with. Yeah, that's not the expected behavior in my mind. If I pause the game and then press escape, and then press no, I would expect it to still be paused. Right? That's a bit strange. Okay, so keyboard. So if I press, probably gonna be in here. Escape. So okay, oh, there's less stuff there than I thought. Pause true. Yeah, that's the thing, because we right, how do we know if it was already paused? I don't think we do, actually. Because pressing escape pauses the game, just the same as pausing pauses the game. Closing the escape prompt or the quit prompt unpauses the game, just as unpausing the game unpauses the game. But if the game was already paused, and then you open the escape menu, and then you close the escape menu, kind of makes sense that the game should still be paused. So it would kind of need to run on a different thing, wouldn't it? It's like it needs to remember if the game was paused previously. Right. I think I can just do it with a temporary variable, like, if pause equals false. What? How does any of this work? So that's that's just the pausing stuff. Well, how does it? So what is it? Just in the step event, global pause message. Oh, it's this bit. Right. Confirm quit. Pause message false. Interesting. So, confirm quit. True. Interesting. Yeah. So, let me just reformat this, because I honestly, I'm just having a hard time with it, because I'm not used to this formatting anymore. This looks right to me now. So we can just use an else, right? Because then we know that the game is already paused. At which time we could do like a var is paused. Let's just use a temporary variable in here, makes sense, right? So the game was already paused when confirm quit became true. I suppose the slightly concerning thing about this, it only happens once, because yeah, it's really not a big deal, is it? Especially considering everything's paused, so it's not like, and we're not doing a lot of processing, are we? It's all paused. So we know that it was paused when we pressed escape. It was already paused, so this is true. How does that help me? Do I even need a variable when we already are kind of just checking that? The thing is, we need to know when we press no. That's the thing, isn't it? So, pause equal. firm quit. So we actually want to do like if pause equals true and is pause, they're gonna paused. Oh, is pause is paused. I don't know. Is pause is shorter. Is false. Right. So the game wasn't already paused when we pressed escape. Then we're gonna unpause the game. Combining it with that might be an issue. I think I might need a separate if statement. I need a separate if statement like that, and then so if the game wasn't already paused, we're just going to resume the game. Else, we just want to re-enable the pause message because the game is still paused, but we just need to put that message back on screen. I think that's it, actually. Where's my drink? Oh, left it downstairs. What's going on with those campfire particles? That's not good. That is not good. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that. So the game is paused, right? And then I press escape. We can still open the escape menu, which is just a prompt right now. It will one day be a menu. And then if I press no, it crashes the game. Interesting. Interesting. Because it says this is an undefined variable. Why? Because I don't know. I don't know why that would be. Can this... I mean, it's yellow, which I assume means that it's being defined. What did it say exactly? Not set before reading it. Maybe I should just make it a regular variable. Okay. And I would need to set it back to false. In here, in unpause, I think is. I think that would be the only place that I need to do that. Right, so we pause the game, then I press escape, and because the game is already paused, we set is paused to true. And then when I press no, I don't want to quit, then we either unpause the game if it wasn't already paused, or we re-enable the pause message. We should be okay now, just because I've made that a local variable. Pausing. Press escape. Press no. I'm okay. Well, I still need to close this. It's kind of working. Confirm quit needs to be false. Was there anything else? No, I think confirm quit false, pause message true. We should be good. Don't know what's going on with my campfire particles though. That's a little bit concerning. So perhaps based on the order in which the objects are loaded. So if the... Oh, I don't know if this gets saved and loaded. Oh, okay, does not. Okay, so... And that stuff's in the create event. So... Interesting. Okay, I think we're just never updating those. That might be true of some other stuff as well then. I'm thinking like possibly the fire particles on the portal. And the fountain particles as well, maybe, actually. Let's just confirm this is working first. Am I in test mode? I don't think so. I probably don't have enough power to make a fountain. Oh, I am in test mode. Okay, loading the game. Pausing. Pressing escape. Pressing no, and when it was still paused, so now I can unpause. I can press escape and no without being paused, and it just immediately unpauses. I can't pause whilst this menu is open. Which I think is correct. There we go. Okay, so your game will still be paused. If you paused before pressing escape. That's nice. But the campfire, so the campfire particles are in the wrong place. If I have enough power to make a fountain, right, if I make a fountain and then save and load, this will probably be fine. I can probably quit to the main menu and load my save and it will still be fine, but if I quit the game completely and relaunch the game and then load, the particles will probably be at the wrong depth. The same as the campfire. No, they're actually not. This is specific to the campfire. Interesting. What's the difference? What's the difference there? How does the fountain work? Fountain on create sets the depth, and campfire and PSYS 7, particle system 7, campfire PSYS 1. I thought it was 3. I thought the campfire's particle system was particle system 3, but I might just be misremembering that. Particles. No, the campfire particle system is particle system 1. Particle system 3 is particles front, right? I was using that for something recently, that's why it's on my mind. Okay. Is something overriding it? It must be, I suppose. Well, if that was the case, we would expect to have the same issue with the fountain. If the fountain's working, SC drop, yes, that makes sense. Oh, this is confusing. What is going on here? I should probably just grab my drink real quick before I get into this. I'll be right back. Think I'll knock back a glass of coconut water as well. Why the hell not? For some of those sweet, sweet electrolytes. Let's maybe take a look at the save load system. Fountain. I'm saving the depth of the fountain. And I'm saving the depth of the campfire in just the same way. And the... Wait a minute. Doesn't the fountain have its own particle system as well? Yeah, PSys 7, right. So what the hell is going on here? I bet if I pick up the campfire and place it down again, it will fix it, of course, but you know, we need to actually make sure it loads correctly. If I pick it up and drop it, yeah, so that kind of resets the particle system depth. I mean, it's almost as if, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's still being created when you load your save, the campfire object is the instance of the campfire object is created, and we set the depth of the particle system right there in this create event. Oh, well, maybe it's the inverse of what I was saying before, where the particles object is created. No, that doesn't make any sense, because I'm pretty sure, where's the creator object? I'm pretty sure the particles object is created like when you first launch the game, when you're still on the main menu even. So it's definitely created. And is it persistent? Yes. So that's definitely created before the campfire is created. That is very strange. I mean, what if I search not for that whole line, but just for the first part of that? This is the only other line of code that could have any effect on this. And yeah, we know that this object is created before the campfire. Even though we're loading a save, because it's created when you first launch the game. Would make sense. I didn't really know about temporary variables when I wrote this. It would make sense for that to be a temporary variable. The only reason I'm using a temporary variable there is because if you try and put this directly into here, it doesn't really work. It doesn't seem to accept it for some reason, so I had to store it in a variable. Even though this is just a variable, but it's a built-in variable. Can't explain that one. What about my particle cleanup code? I think I'm running some sort of a particle cleanup script somewhere. Right? Am I? Particle cleanup? Is it in the load code script? There's the script itself, but where am I actually running it? So I'm clearing the particle systems. I'm not destroying them as I used to, because I realized, like, well, what's the point in destroying and recreating the particle systems every time? We just want to clear them. We still want to use them, so we might as well keep them. It's less work, right? Where do I even run this script? SC particle cleanup. Game over, game end, portal. So that would be when transitioning to another level, and this would be when Good question. I have no idea what this is. But it seems that I'm not. What I've confirmed is that I'm not running this script when loading a save, so I don't think it has anything to do with this. Although I'm pretty sure that the particle cleanup script, what even is this? It disables a bunch of emitters. It clears a bunch of particle systems. It doesn't even destroy them anymore. Right, because we just have them like persistently throughout the entire runtime. Yeah. Okay. Which begs the question, why was I not using that script? Is this even up to piece of 7? I think that's the maximum. I think I have 7 particle systems, so I'm pretty sure this is up to date. And 26 emitters. I'm getting a little bit sidetracked now. Like, I have 26 emitters. So this script is up to date, so I could use that in place of was there something in load code or something? Yeah, instead of doing, well, actually I don't want to, the thing is I don't want to disable the emitters. Or, well, does that matter? Are they just going to be re-enabled? Oh, that's not a good example. Yeah, they would just be re-enabled by the objects, or whenever they're supposed to be enabled. Presumably, I mean, I would assume that I set it up correctly. Like if you load a save, then it probably knows which emitters need to be re-enabled. I mean, it probably just works in such a way that they will get re-enabled without any additional sort of logic, just running on the logic that enables them in the first place. That would get triggered because the same conditions would be met after loading. Oh god, what the fuck is wrong with the campfire, dude? I don't know. I mean, it works the same way as the fountain, and the fountain's working fine. That is strange. This hasn't been an issue. I mean, well, I've just not noticed it really. I haven't done much saving and loading up until quite recently. I've started doing it more. It's just, I mean, I didn't have time to playtest up until very recently. I was always doing something. I mean, not only should the depth be set here in the create event, but we're also saving and loading it. So it should just be set to what it was when the save was created. This is not what I expected to be doing today, but there's always something, isn't there? There's always something. Bugs upon bugs. It's bugs all the way down. What if the what if the particle system depth is actually correct, but the campfire depth is incorrect? That is possible, I suppose. Again, I'm just saving and loading the depth of the campfire though. So depth of the campfire wouldn't be set anywhere else except for like when you drop it in a new position, or just when you drop it. Okay, well, let's test our theory. At least we could confirm that. If somebody walks behind this campfire, they appear to be hard to tell when it's fading out like this. We need more fuel on the fire. Oh, I can do that. Like that. Does that help at all? So it would appear to me that the humans are passing behind those particles there. Yeah, they are. We can clearly see that spark is in front of that human there. Yeah, so those particles... So the particles are at the correct depth. It's the campfire that isn't. Neither are the tents. What the hell is going on? See, that guy should be... That forager should be passing behind the tent frame. But he's in front of it. Oh, those guys are going behind. Okay, that's okay. Maybe I just need to tweak the depth a little bit there. It seems that actually seems good for the most part. So, but it's the okay. So the camp. That's weird. The particle system is at the correct depth. The campfire is not. Oh my god, my calves, dude. Calves have been destroyed by 3 days of one-wheeling. Oh, y minus the y offset plus the height. Okay. Should be fine. Depth. The only thing that could potentially mess it up is the state held stuff right here, right? The fountain presumably, oh. Well, the fountain doesn't have any held code? I mean, I'm not saving and loading the state for this object. Which maybe I should, because you could actually save and load whilst holding it. That is true. Okay. So all I'm doing is creating these functions, right? And then I set state to state place, and then the step event is where the state gets run. So unless it's somehow the state is being set to state held, then it should be impossible for this line of code to be executed unless I was actually to be holding the campfire, of course. What happens if I pick up a human and like move them? They still appear in front of it, but that could easily just be the like order in which the instances were created. I don't know. Well, the simple test we can do is comment this line out, right? And see if we get the correct depth. No, that's, so it's not this. So something somewhere is overriding this object's depth, I assume. I mean, I suppose I haven't fully confirmed that the particles are being drawn at the correct depth, only that they're being drawn in front of the humans. I don't like this behavior very much, and I'm not really sure I can explain it right now. this guy, yeah, when he's held, of course, he's... Whoops. What's going on? Oh. I don't know. I was trying to load and I was paused or something. Yeah, I guess you can't load when you're paused. Oh. Maybe you should be able to load when you're paused. Okay, not really. I can't load when I've got the game paused. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so clearly the humans are appearing. I think they're passing in front. That's what I really need to know, is when somebody walks... Yeah, they seem to be in front of those particles when they're walking on the front side of the camera. No, they're also... Wait a minute. They're also... They're passing in front of the campfire, too. And they walk... They passed in front of the campfire, so... No, the campfire is actually at the correct depth. Oh, that's really strange. So, seemingly everything is actually at the correct depth. So maybe it's just some sort of a minute difference, like the particle system needs to be one depth in front or something. Like maybe it's just like one depth behind. Let's have a look at the fountain again, because the fountain we know is working quite all right. But I'm just doing the same thing. I'm setting it to the same depth as the instance. I'm not making any modification to it. Y minus offset plus the height divided by 2 minus 10 times -1. I mean, the only thing I'm really doing differently here with the campfire is I'm using this for some reason, when I could be using, what is it? Sprite Y offset, like that. The only thing that's really different, isn't it? Let's just try that, and then I could modify this by like -1, so that the depth of the particle system is like 1 lower than the depth of the campfire. What it would be, numerically it would be 1 lower, which would put it in front, because minus gets closer to the camera for whatever reason. Somebody somewhere thought that would make sense. There's your problem. Okay, finally. Okay. So don't ask me why it works for the fountain and not the campfire. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. But I am curious about the portal now. Yeah, interesting one. Okay, we got it. We got there in the end, though. I'm interested about the portal. Now, hopefully it's fine. I would have obviously made sure it was fine when I first implemented it, but I may not have tested it with save loading in every possible scenario of save loading. So, I think I can just... yeah, here we go. This is like my debug thing, isn't it? I just enable these emitters by default, and then the the portal will look like it's activated, even though it's not. Where is it? There it is. So it has these little, the light is not there. I've only enabled the emitters, but as we can see, they're all fine now. But if I save and load, it's going to be fine, isn't it? Like that, and then quit to the main menu and load. That should be fine as well. But the true test is completely quitting out of the game and then loading back in. And do they appear fine? Yes. Okay. But don't ask me why the campfire is different. I couldn't tell you why the campfire is different from the others. It just needed the particle system depth to be modified by 1 minus 1. And that seems to have solved the problem. So now you can save and load. You can save and quit and then launch the game again and then load, and your campfire will still look okay, which I think is important. Okay, cool. So now we can move on to what I was actually planning on doing today, which is implementing the Conserv-O-Meter, which is what I've decided to call it. It's either the Conserv-O-Meter or the Systometer. That doesn't make any sense. The Sustainometer doesn't sound as good. It's the Conserv-O-Meter. And I've been thinking about it. I've been trying to suss out how it should work exactly, and I realized, like, well, basically every time a new creature is created or a new tree is created, that's basically it. When a new creature or tree is created, it will go up by 1. Every time a tree is felled or destroyed, or a creature is destroyed, it will go down by 1. That's pretty much it. And, you know, it will just be like a range between 0 and 100, and you just got to try and keep it in the green, or like keep it above 50% or something to get the good ending. Whereas if you go all the way into the red, you get the bad ending. But you have a chance to redeem yourself. You have a chance to get the good ending, is what I think we've decided. Because the game it doesn't really end. There is an ending, but it doesn't really end. It's almost like I don't know. It's not New Game Plus exactly, but it kind of is. It's like you can go back and revisit the levels. Not the same levels, and I was thinking about that as well. Fortunately, it's less work if I do it this way also, which is awesome. Instead of being able to go back and revisit the levels, you'll just be able to go back to those biomes, those same biomes that you've visited previously, and have it generate new levels, which I figure also kind of increases the not replay value, because you're still in the same playthrough, but let's say increases the playability, because they won't be the same levels that you've been to previously, so it will be something slightly new. And so essentially you could like, I mean, if you got the bad ending and say the Conserv-O-Meter was at like 0%, you could just go back to some previous level. You might, yeah, that's the, well, I suppose you have to leave to be able to go back again. Oh, that's the weird part. Well, the rapture miracle will just take you to either heaven or hell, depending on the current level of the Conserv-O-Meter at the time that you perform that miracle. So, yeah, interestingly, you could even perform that miracle if you were already in heaven or hell, potentially. Or I could make it so it's like it's like disabled if you're already in hell and the Conserv-O-Meter is below 50%, then the miracle just doesn't cast. But if it's above 50%, then it would actually transport you to heaven, and vice versa. I could do that. So you might not technically even need to leave, although it would be a bit weird if you could like plant trees in hell. I mean, I almost feel like if you plant a tree in hell, it would just like spontaneously combust pretty much. It's probably how I would do it, something like that. But you could still beat out the time in which it takes the tree to burn. That is true. You could really quickly plant like 100 trees, and before they all burn away again, you could cast rapture and go to heaven. It's a little bit weird. But it's mainly about like just having the freedom. Yeah, I'm still not into, like, I think that's the best I've come up with so far. But I'm still not entirely sold on it, you know. I mean, maybe hell just has like, I don't know, if you give hell the same ability to travel back to any previous biome, it doesn't feel as I mean, it's not as punishing. It's almost like the only option from hell should be to start the game over again from the very beginning. And you have to work your way right the way back through to get to heaven. That would be like a new game plus, basically. It's like you start from the beginning of the game again, but this time you have all of your miracles unlocked, and you have to progress through the whole game to reach the end again. And if you've done a better job that the next time around, then you go to heaven instead of hell. It makes a lot more sense. And then heaven is the one where it's like you have the ultimate freedom to. And it would mean that the rapture miracle would only be available in heaven. So it would almost be like the 41st miracle, and you unlock it in heaven as opposed to in the level before. It doesn't make sense. I can't give it to you in the level before anyway, can I really? Otherwise, I mean, it doesn't make too much difference, but yeah. I mean, you could skip having to open the portal, basically. If it was, yeah, you could just unlock Rapture instead of unlocking the 4 portal stones to open the portal, and then you could just rapture yourself into heaven. So it's got to be in. Okay, I think that makes more sense, actually. And it kind of fits with the idea of hell. Well, it doesn't totally fit, does it? Because you can still, like, New Game Plus your way out. But, well, I don't know. If hell is supposed to be eternal damnation, then technically there shouldn't be any way to come back from that. It should just be kind of like unrecoverable. There should be no way out. But also, for it to be eternal, the humans should also have eternal life, the same as heaven. See, I'm still figuring this stuff out. I don't really know exactly what the ending of the game is yet. It's a hell of a lot more punishing if you force the player to start a new game. That's for sure. It fits more with like the overall design of the game. You know, because it's not like this good versus evil thing. It's not, because in that case, it's like both are a kind of a viable option, but it doesn't really work like that here. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna choose to be evil, and because I want to go to hell and like rule over hell as an evil god or something. It's not that. It's like it's basically it's about conservation and sustainability, right? And if you intentionally destroy the world, then you have to like deal with the consequences of your actions, which is that you have now destroyed the world. And everything sucks as a result. Or you've like lived in harmony with nature, and now you've achieved like abundance and eternal life, and everything's fucking awesome. That kind of is that's kind of what it's about, really. I mean, yes, I've just basically stolen everything from real life and turned it into a video game. So, yeah, I'm not. Look, I never claimed to be very creative. It just kind of is what it is. I you know, took my inspiration from nature. Oh God. So it's kind of like karma, right? Causality, cause and effect. Yeah. We do. I mean, yeah, you get some pretty good feedback, I suppose, in the same way that we do. It's like, I mean, that's true. There isn't. I'm not simulating oxygen levels, for example. And if you burn down all the trees, then there's no oxygen. No, it doesn't actually work like that. Yeah. But it's like if you kill off all of the animals, then you don't have any food. I mean, there are berries. There's always berries, and there is a limitless amount of fish in the ocean, which I think is how it will stay, actually. Yeah. But I mean, it's odd. I sort of wonder if this is even necessary. I mean, it's a little bit difficult because the humans, they don't really take more than they need anyway. That's how they're actually programmed. It's like if they have enough food in the store, they're going to stop hunting and fishing and foraging because they don't need to do it. If they have enough water, they're going to stop fetching more water, etc. I mean, that's basically it, isn't it? The tents are the main issue. I think maybe I need to increase how many humans can fit in a single tent, although based on the size of the sprites, and I really don't want to have to go in and like change. Although I might have, there's some stuff where I probably would need to manually update it. Most of it would automatically adapt if I just increase the size of the sprites. One thing that I know is for anything with an entrance, I have to keep it to an even width, an even number of cells. I'm pretty sure the tents are 6 cells wide right now. Just because the door has to line up with a cell on the grid, right, for them to be able to path to it. So it's got to be an even number of cells. Otherwise it's going to be misaligned. Well, that's not necessarily true, is it? You could draw the door in a different place and get it aligned, yeah. Or I don't know if I have it set up to automatically adjust the door position based on the sprite size. I doubt that I do. I'm pretty sure I just like punch that in. Anyway, I would really rather not have to spend the time changing that stuff. But you know what I mean? It's like the humans already, they only kind of take what they need. They're not going to overhunt the animals. They're not going to overfish the sea. Not that they can anyway. They're not going to fell more trees than they need, etc., etc. That's just kind of built into their logic. So it's kind of pointless. Yeah, because it's like, I don't want the message of the game to be that like hunting is bad, because that's just stupid. It's not, obviously. If done ethically and sustainably, it's like it's probably the best way to live. I mean, it's the healthiest way to live, for sure, because like that's how we evolved to live. That's what we're adapted to. So yeah, it doesn't make sense for the time period. None of it makes sense. I think what I might be saying is that I might be kind of talking myself off the ledge here, and just realizing that we're going to cut this feature. So the reason I've been trying to shoehorn it in, and it's not really working, is just so that we have multiple endings. That's it, basically. But I suppose, like, so basically, like, they'll be pretty much fine on their own, probably. They'll be pretty much fine, I would guess. But it's like you as the player can burn down the forest if you want to, or like do some stupid shit. And then you would get the bad ending, you know. It's like the humans on their own pretty much are never going to cause you to get the bad ending. Although I wouldn't know for sure until I kind of test it, right? I would say probably, I mean, it has been a bit of a struggle to conserve the animal populations. Mainly because of the amount of fur that they need. But outside of that, it's actually really easy. You just don't hunt anything, and just have fishers and foragers instead. The two things which are like plentiful. They're like constantly replenishing themselves. I mean, the animals replenish themselves just more slowly because they have to reproduce, and then the young have to survive long enough to reach maturity, and then the cycle can repeat and everything. But it's like the humans just kind of come along and kill everything and make tents out of them before they have a chance, you know, because it takes them years, literally. I mean, it's like a pretty accurate, I'm not going to say totally accurate, but it's a pretty accurate nature simulation where the animals have all of these behaviors and cycles and stuff. Interesting thing is I mean, it's like you don't really hang around in a single level for multiple years. You don't really hang around long enough to see it, but you will see it because there's the calendar is like persistent between levels. So, you know, oh, let's say I spend half a year in one level and then go to the next level. Then I'll spend the second half of the year, and so I'll get to experience the other 2 seasons in the next level, you know. So ultimately, you will get to witness, as long as you're paying attention, all of the animal behavior over the course of a playthrough. But you probably aren't going to spend long enough in a single level. If I check my notes, I think I have the probably the most amount of time. I mean, it's hard to predict, but probably the longest someone could possibly spend in a single level at this point is like 2 hours. And as they learn the game, that's going to get shorter and shorter. Apparently, okay, according to my calculations, spending a year of in-game time at regular speed is 7 hours and 28 minutes of real time. So you could probably beat the game. You could probably beat the game in a single in-game year. Actually, I mean, if you're really good, I suppose. It's unlikely that like a first-time casual player would do that. 14 hours is just a number that popped into my head randomly. So probably based on my intuition of what I know about the game, I would expect it to take somebody about 14 hours to beat right now. I don't know, I'm just kind of pulling a number out of my ass, but that's what my brain came up with. Maybe that's what my ass came up with. So yeah. You will experience maybe a couple of years, couple of in-game years. So hopefully you will get to witness all of those different behaviors and things. But also it's like, it depends which biome you're in as well. There's a good chance you'll miss a lot of stuff, actually. Yeah. And it's interesting because a lot of the content is optional. I don't know. I don't want to just like pad it, you know? Make it really sort of padded out and slow. But we might need something. We might need something in there. Because it's probably a bit of a short game right now. I don't know. We kind of got to get to the stage where we can do some serious playtesting and stuff, right? Which will probably be towards the end of the year or the beginning of next year. Yeah, okay, I think I went on a bit of a tangent, but the multiple endings thing is like about player agency. If a game doesn't have multiple endings, then the player doesn't feel like their decisions matter. It's like, oh, nothing I did made any difference because I always get the same ending. I suppose, like, congratulations, you beat the game, you survived to the end, right? That's the thing. So it's kind of like you rose to the challenge or whatever, but you didn't. Your decisions ultimately didn't really affect the outcome, other than reaching it. You reached it, but it would be the same every time, regardless of how you got there. That was my incentive for multiple endings. I mean, that would be pretty crazy, actually. I could make it so that every level transition does a check. But that's a bit harsh, because you could potentially, get really bad like halfway through the playthrough, but then you pull it back by the end, and you get the good ending by the time you get to the end, and that also gives you the time to like figure things out. Versus like, I don't know, you're just fucking around in the first level, burning down all the trees or something, and then you try to go to the next level, and you just get teleported to hell because you've been destroying the forest. That would be a bit punishing, especially when it's like there's no way to come back from that. It would have to be an ending, like, yeah, they're pretty clear on that. Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's worth having in there. It's worth having in there. Yeah. I don't think I want to cut it completely, but maybe I'm just still not entirely clear on how it's gonna work exactly. See, I just don't think it would be possible for such a small tribe of humans to like fish the to catch all the fish, you know, to completely deplete the ocean of fish. That's something you've got to be a pretty large scale civilization to be able to fuck up that badly in the first place. It's like a small tribe of 30 to 40 humans could do as much fishing as they possibly could manage and never really scratch the surface in that regard, right? So it's like, I don't think I really need to bother implementing some sort of a thing that was like an overfishing thing where the ocean can literally run out of fish and you've got to wait for them to replenish or whatever. Don't think we need to worry about that. It's the same with the trees, because I mean that's mainly just because trees grow so slowly that there's not really any point of simulating trees growing over time. Wait, can you? I forget if you can extinguish trees with rain. Don't think they even have extinguishment right now. No, they don't, do they? Right. Because I mean, if the meter goes down every time a tree is destroyed, there's actually an incentive to put out forest fires and stuff, which you can't do right now at all. Your water bearers won't extinguish burning trees or burning bushes. They'll only extinguish burning humans and burning tents, which doesn't really make sense. I mean, if you live in a forest and it's on fire, you're probably going to want to stop that from spreading before it's too late or whatever. So, good lord, it just gets more and more complicated, doesn't it? So maybe rain should be able to extinguish. I mean, it would make sense anyways for the rain to be able to extinguish any kind of fire, right? So that just sort of makes sense. But maybe the water bearers should also be able to extinguish trees and bushes. Right. I mean, there's obviously, eventually you unlock Miracle Forest, which would allow you to, like, replant them. You could plant more trees. But that preventative action sort of makes sense as well. Oh my god. Yeah. So I'm kind of feeling like the bad ending is just like everybody dies, you know. You've destroyed the planet, everybody dies. You know, you go extinct. Life on Earth goes extinct. The good ending is like, you know, you've created paradise, essentially heaven on earth, right? You live in harmony with nature, and you've achieved abundance and like eternal life, essentially. I think that's it. I think that's it because I because I was thinking this, like, I don't like, some players are going to want to be an evil god or whatever, and I was like, oh, I don't want to punish them for playing their play style or whatever, playing how they choose to. But it's just, I just don't think it works with this game. It's not what it is, you know. It's not what it is. Um, yeah. So the bad ending is like truly the bad ending. It's not. It's not like an aesthetic choice or something. It truly is like, no, you fucked up and you've destroyed the earth, and now nobody has a place to live anymore, and everyone's dead. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's still going in, so we might as well do it, right? Is it going to be on the tracker? It would make sense. I mean, it's something that we track. And then draw GUI. Pretty cool. I haven't drawn any bars to the GUI yet, unless you count the hot bar. I suppose that's a bar. I mean, like bars, like meters, you know, that fill up and stuff. No, that's not true. I've drawn a loading bar. We have a loading bar on the loading screen. That's a bar I've drawn on the GUI. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna need a bar, so I'm just gonna lift some bar code from. Are they actually called health bars? They are as well. That's funny. It's like it's called the function is called draw health bar, even though the majority of the time you're probably not going to be using it for health. Occasionally you'll use it for health. So blah 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 blah. This is something that needs to be drawn on the GUI regardless of everything, basically. Maybe I'll just put it like at the very beginning, or I'll put it. What the hell is this? I'll just put it here, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so I do. I mean, it may be necessary. I won't know until. Well, no, I probably do need to do this, don't I? Because we need it to adapt to different resolutions. Everything still needs to draw in the right place on the GUI. Oh, frick. All right. Divided by 2. Minus, I don't know, 64 or something. UI height divided by 2. Well, I might as well just, oh, well, the height is going to put me at the bottom of the screen, isn't it? I don't think I need to do that. I think I just need to do like 128 or something. Right. And then get width plus 64, and then like 100 was it 144? And this is gonna be it's always out of 100, isn't it? Conservation level, something like that. Conservation. It's a little bit of a long variable name. But con level could be misconstrued as constitution. I don't know. There's no constitution in the game. That's not true. There is, isn't there? It's not used for anything, but it's there just in case we ever want to use like those kind of attributes for something. Conservation level. I mean, that sounds right to me, even though it's just really long. And this one, the back color black, the minimum color red, and the maximum color green. And direction right, show back true, and show border true. Okay, conservation level is not a thing. That's going to need to be global conservation level. And I guess I will define it in the tracker object. Kind of like around the power. And it starts at 100. So it's kind of going to be a matter of like keeping it topped up. We can just have a look at this, see where it's drawn on screen. Yeah, it's not bad. I think it should be a little bit wider and a little bit higher up, possibly a little bit taller as well. I kind of wish it was a gradient, you know, from red to green for some reason, but that wouldn't really make as much sense. I sort of wish it was a brighter green too, but all of that stuff will eventually come with the UI overhaul, which will be done one day. One day, probably like 2 years from now. Oh yeah, so I'm thinking like probably maybe do like 96 and 96 and 64 and 80. See how that lines up. Oh, I changed the wrong number. It could use a little symbol on either end, I guess. Like, I don't know. I've been trying to decide what it should be. Like a skull on the left and like a leaf on the right or something. Something to represent life and death. Yeah, that's more like what I'm talking about. Although I would bring it down a smidge. I'd bring it down a smidge, like, what would that be, like 112? 96 and 112. Well, maybe the issue was like, maybe it should be like 128 and 102? Wait, 128? 128 and 112, maybe? But like 128 at the bottom, 112, that might be too far down. Oh, I changed the wrong, I keep doing it. Oh. No, it wouldn't be, it would be, so yeah, it would be like 96 and 112, right? Yeah. Yeah. Don't do it. There we go. Hey, RSVP ASAP, how's it going? Good to see you. That's about right. Maybe nudge it up like 16 pixels. I can't tell. Yeah, I'm not feeling it, so gotta go up 16. So that would be 80 and 96. And we'll get that hopefully in the right spot. It's weird how you just get like an intuitive feeling about where a certain UI element needs to be. Like, that's it. I mean, that feels good. So you can just feel it, you know? That's the spot right there. Cool. Okay, so we have, maybe I would make it a little bit wider still. I don't know. I don't want it to be too overwhelming. Once it has a little icon on either end as well, that'll probably take up a little bit. Just the right amount of space. And it's 16, so yeah, I would need my icons to be like 16 by 16, but let's get it functional. Let's get it functioning before we make it look good. Why is that? Why does it plague you so? Right, so I'm gonna want to basically whenever. Luckily, we can just include this in the create event and the wherever we do the instance destroy, which makes things easier. And this really kind of good UI is always such a pain to get the placements just so right. Lots of fine tuning. Yeah. My original idea was to do no UI. I could have dodged that completely, but I quickly realized that I wasn't going to be able to get away with the whole no UI thing, so I'm going for minimal UI instead. But yeah, it's all just placeholder for now. It's going to be replaced one day. Hopefully I can bring somebody on to do it for me. Though that's another way you can dodge doing the UI stuff. If you can hire somebody, that would be the dream. Okay, so whenever an animal is created, so you know, whenever they have babies, that will be increasing the conservation meter. No, I dabbled recently with some pixel art. I'm gonna finish off all the human sprites that I've been doing, because it is beneficial to be able to instantly recognize, you know, who's who and what's what. And the humans just being a bunch of multicolored cuboids was very confusing. You had to like memorize the color associations. Whereas if you can tell what they actually are and what their role is, right, that's quite helpful. So I'm going to do those, but I've sort of come to the conclusion that my art is not really going to be up to snuff. It could be a fallback option if I'm not able to get a publishing deal or whatever, but ideally I'd like to have somebody, you know, a professional on the job. So yeah, and I'm just going to take it as far as I can, like functionally, mechanically. What am I trying to say? You know, like I'm going to try and finish the game with basically none of the aesthetic stuff, and then it can just be a case of like skinning it, almost plugging in the sound, plugging in the music into the adaptive music system that I wrote, plugging in the sound effects, swapping out the sprites, swapping out the tile sheets, you know. But I basically want to have the game like finished, which is crazy to say because it's been 3 years in the making, but I can see the light at the end of the tunnel now. Like, that's actually starting to feel realistic and possible and attainable and achievable and all those things. Which I think is going to put me in good standing for approaching publishers, because I can basically say, look, hey, I finished this game, but I need help in these certain areas, you know. But you can play it from like start to finish and it's all there, and you know, that would be really good. It might not be quite 100%, it might be more like 90%, because I still have like yeah, definitely. They always say polish last, you know, don't they? So I definitely stuck to that as a rule. I mean, I'd never planned to do that stuff, but I felt like I wanted to try some of the pixel art, so I dabbled, you know, in it briefly, but yeah, it's not for me really, which is one of the things that I learned. I don't enjoy it the same way that I enjoy the coding stuff. Yeah. What was I saying? I don't know, but let's, so in the create event, whenever we create a creature, we just simply have to increment the conservation level by 1. Whereabouts am I going to put this? I don't know. Probably at the very beginning. Hey, John Rambo style. How's it going? Thank you. Ugh. Put a reverb on that. It could have been a Street Fighter death sound. Going swell. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm just gonna. It makes most sense to have this like probably right there. There we go. And so whenever a creature is born, we'll increase the conservation level by 1. Whenever a creature is destroyed, we'll decrease it by 1. Whenever a tree is planted, we'll increase it by 1. Whenever a tree is destroyed, we'll decrease it by 1. Bushes can't be planted, but they can be destroyed. So I guess we'll decrease it by 1 when they're destroyed. And that's basically it right now. Well, I suppose I can put it in here just in case that ever changes, right? What is this stuff? That looks like pathing stuff to me. Set tick. Really? I did not know I did that in here. Wait, why is it? I don't think I do that in here. Why is that here? I thought I did that in the spawn system. Oh, because these can be created outside of the spawn system. So can humans, though. Am I doing it for the humans? I don't think I am. Ah, interesting. Okay. So yeah, I set everything, you know, I'm trying to distribute things across multiple ticks for performance reasons, and we do that in the spawn system when we initially create everything, but I'm not doing it for the humans, which can be created with Miracle Life. They can also be created with by breeders. So those will all just be piling up on the same tick right now, as far as I can tell. I think I would do that after. There we go. Let's replace that stuff. Okay, so that's that, and then end step, death code, probably like right at the very end of the death code. Yeah, here's the instance destroy self. Thank God I'm not doing this for the humans, because their death code is horrendous. And then here I'll just do a minus equals 1. Yeah. So, sorry, I think the bad ending is going to be like unrecoverable. It's like you lose the game essentially. That's where I'm at right now with it. Which is a lot simpler as well, I suppose. I mean, kind of. I still have to do basically the same amount of work because I have to do all the stuff for the good ending, which would have just been kind of applied to both. But yeah. So the good ending will be like you arrive in heaven, everybody has eternal life, everything's abundant, although I'm not sure how I'm going to achieve that. We need like mana or something, you know, some sort of crazy thing that can sustain them. Good lord. That means I have to like update the inventory system to support a new item type. Okay, we'll figure it out. If I can avoid that, I will. What is this? Yeah, it's a bush. And you'll have like the rapture miracle there, the final miracle in the game. And then you'll have all these portals which can allow you to essentially like reincarnate in different worlds. And that'll be the good ending. It's like, the funny thing is you could still screw it up. You could choose to reincarnate and then destroy the world and go to hell anyway. So I'm... yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this. I still don't know. Alright, well we should be incrementing it now. Oh, I need to cap it at 100. Let me grab, so it's called clamp, I think. Clamp. Is it in here? Yeah. So I just need to clamp. I probably want to do it in the tracker object. Step event. I'm guessing that's how it has to be done. And then we clamp global conservation level value. Okay, that just goes in there, and those are the min and max. Right, so it can't go above 100, which it would have done because I was setting it to 100 and then creating a bunch of objects, which would have incremented it. Guess I've got to start a new game. Actually, no, I don't think I did need to start a new game. But I do need to save and load it, otherwise it would just reset to 100 every time. Yeah, it's different. Colony sims don't usually have endings, do they? But this is like a colony sim light. It doesn't really have the depth to be like an infinite game, really. Okay, I don't know what I can do to test this. Right, I suppose we can hunt some stuff. Would be the easiest option right now. There's rabbits right there. I think they're just figuring things out. Yeah, there's something that happens after loading a save where they kind of... Oh, they're not hunting because there's nothing to build yet. Right, now they'll realize they need fur. Here are some deer. So if we kill one of these, the conservation meter would go down. Nope. Nope. That's right, because... well, I'm not entirely... I think this is for... I think right now it would only go down if you smite them. Or did I just forget to add it completely to this? No, it's here. Right, this is for if you smite them, which we do need, right? But then we also have the code for just regular death. Smitten equals false, else do this. Well, it applies to both, so I think the most sensible way to do it, rather than having duplicate code, is just to put it outside of this if-else statement. Maybe just stop dots, stop DPS. Just put it at the very beginning. But yeah, I kind of feel like this game lives and dies on its aesthetics, really. It's a game about, like, looking at it. It's a game about watching, pretty much. Watching and then reacting when something happens, of course, but it's just, it needs like a good atmosphere, and it needs to be beautiful, I suppose, because you're just going to be looking at it a lot and soaking up the atmosphere a lot. We should be good for the trees and stuff. Yeah. All right. And it's a bit more of an incentive not to kill the hostile creatures as well, or the dangerous ones. Because that also decreases the conservation meter. The game was never about killing them, but there wasn't really like an incentive not to. Now there is. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Now the weird thing is, though, that the animals sometimes kill each other, and sometimes and that would also decrement. Is that a word? It would decrement the Conserv-O-Meter as well. I can also burn down trees. No, I can't. Why can't I burn down trees? I don't have the power. That's what it is. I would need worshippers for that. Oh, I'll be right back. Oh, it just went down. Did it really take them that long to get a kill? Oh my god. Well, I can burn some... Oh, what? Has it gone back up again? Why has it gone up again? Surely something hasn't given birth in that space of time. Because it keeps going back up again. What's happening? They only go up when new instances are created, right? That is odd. Is there some instances being created that I'm not aware of? Would be very unusual. Huh, I don't know. Well, I gotta take a leak and then I'll figure this out when I get back. Enjoy watching them worship. This is they're all freezing now. We added the tinting recently. They look a little bit green, but that's, they're supposed to be cold. And they have like a light blue tint. Okay, well, the meter's gone down a little bit. Is it going back up again this time, or is it going to stay there? I mean... it's possible the wolves had pups or something, but I don't think that could happen in the space of 2 days or 3 days. Depends on how the spawn system is set up right now. Anyway, let's try burning down some trees. This is a lot more dangerous than it used to be now that fire can spread. But, hey. Be fine. There we go, that definitely works. I do need to make it so it increments back up when well, no, I've already done that actually. I suppose it would make more sense to do it once when you perform Miracle Forest as opposed to doing it several times over. Also, the way that I'm doing it right now, it would also go up when we create new instances upon loading a save. If you load the game, it's going to go up by 1 for every tree that you load, for example. That's a bit of an issue. Simple solution is to load the tracker last, and then you just override it with the saved value. It's not set up like that right now. I don't have anything that gets loaded last specifically. Not quite sure how I would write that. It's pretty easy to load something first. I would need a way of checking that everything else has been loaded. Not quite sure how I would do that. There might be a different way of doing it. Yes, so yeah, this is not, it's fine to do the subtraction this way whenever something is killed or when a tree is destroyed. But we don't want to increment it in the create event of these objects. Just go and remove that. still can't really explain why it seemed to be going back up again. I also can't explain why I'm so freaking hungry today. I have to grab something to eat here. So I want to put this in like hibernate, state hibernate. Hibernating, sorry. Repeat litter, so we already have a repeat, which is nice. So I just put it in there basically. For every cub that is born, we increment this by 1. Nope, that's supposed to go up by 1, not down by 1. Did I remove the right thing? Or did I just... was it just incorrect to begin with? Oh well, I've removed it now, so it's not a big deal, I guess. Can't do that. It definitely says +1. Plus equals 1. Why is it missing from here? Did I... oh. Not sure what happened there. I could have sworn I did that. Oh well. So we're no longer doing this in the create event. Instead, we're doing it like when they give birth. So boxes. What is this? Something for randomizing the position. Oh, I may want to do that. I don't know. I'll leave it there for now. Okay, right, so whenever they give birth, for each creature in the litter, we will increment this by 1. And the other one is Miracle Forest. I mean, I know that it creates 10 trees, so I don't have to repeat it 10 times. And just increase that by 10. What about mushrooms? I feel like picking mushrooms is sustainable. I don't think mushrooms are going to have any effect on it. Okay. Alright, doesn't seem to be going back up anymore. That's good. I still probably want to explain why that was happening, because it implies that instances were being created that I'm not aware of. I have no idea how that would be happening. So it's like, yeah, so, oh, did it just go up? I feel like it just went up again. It just refilled. What the hell is going on? So, something somewhere must have given birth. It's the only real explanation I've got. You know, a litter of pups or something would would probably increase it by quite a lot. I forget how big a litter of pups can be, but that would increase it. So maybe the way that I have my spawn system set up right now, if it's springtime, then maybe some of the animals start out pregnant or something like that. And maybe I also max out the timer so that they give birth soon after the game begins. Seems like the bears are the only ones that I really do that for. I do it for the deer as well, but like pretty much they start out with fawns at the very beginning of the game, I believe. Oh, no. Okay, so it's the deer. The deer are giving birth, like, shortly after the start of the game. Okay. Interesting. I could just set that term time to 0, and then they would give birth immediately. And they would just start. It's like if it's springtime, you load into a level, and it's springtime, they'll just start with fawns. Kind of makes more sense to me. I'm not sure why I'm randomizing it like that. Not a big deal. Well, at least I know what's happening. Oh, well, no, yeah. Okay, yeah. The rabbits don't have anything like that. It's just the bears and the deer, apparently. Okay. Right, well, we have the basics of the meter implemented. Or we do need to be able to save and load it, of course. That's the tricky part, isn't it? Well, no, it's fine now because we're no longer doing the incrementation on in the create event. So, see, it's brilliant. We could just save and load it, and we're good to go. Take this object. We're gonna add God power. I called it. Interesting. Why didn't I just call it power? This is a built-in function, yeah. This is conservation level. Okay, so now we save and load conservation level, and that's basically all we need to do. That's cool. Yeah, so there's some stuff like extinguishing forest fires is obviously incentivized now. But currently trees and bushes can't be extinguished by rain, so I need to make it so that they are extinguished by rain. Possibly we even want the water bearer. The problem with the water bearers is like there would need to be some sort of a range check in there, otherwise they would say, you know, a tree on the other side of the map got struck by lightning. They would try and extinguish it, but it's like, how would they even be aware of that? I mean, arguably that you could say they could see the smoke in the distance. True. It's not a very big island, and it's completely flat as well, because introducing height just didn't really seem like something I could manage. Would be cool to make a 3D game someday. So, well, the basic implementation, at least at first, would be just to allow them to extinguish, like to add trees and bushes to the global fires list as well, and allow them to extinguish those, and to allow the player to extinguish them with rain and also miracle water if they are inside of the sphere of influence. Yeah, that stuff actually becomes pretty important now. And then miracle herd would be pretty sweet if you could create a herd of deer or something. that would obviously increase the conservation meter. I suppose the thing about it, I mean, yeah, right now it would just be a herd of deer, but eventually it would need to be biome specific. It would need to create some creatures that make sense for the current biome that you're in, but that's easy enough to do. And then my other two miracles that I have in mind right now are a pacification miracle and some kind of a intimidation miracle that can be cast on your humans, and it pacifies all surrounding creatures or intimidates all surrounding creatures. The intimidation one's a lot easier to implement because it's just a kind of a modification to the existing threat system. The pacification one's more difficult because only the bears are really set up to have a passive mode and a provoked mode. They're either provoked or unprovoked. Right now, none of the other creatures have anything like that. So I'd kind of have to basically just implement the same thing that the bears have. It would be better to use a universal term for that, like they should all have a passive variable that's either true or false, rather than provoked, which is what it is right now. So that can probably be done with a global find and replace pretty easily. But that gives me 3 new miracles, which brings me to a total of 20 miracles in the game, which is almost halfway. Assuming I'm aiming for 4 miracles per level, but I have a feeling I might need to reduce that to 3. Just because I don't know if I'm going to be able to come up with that many miracles. But still, being halfway there is pretty good. There is going to be, as we've discussed earlier, a 41st miracle, the rapture miracle. As well, kind of depends how we're going to... I'm still not entirely sure how we're going to do the ending, so there may be a 41st miracle, which is the rapture miracle. Yeah, and the rest of the stuff with this is to implement the different endings so that when you go through the final portal, you actually get the good or the bad ending, depending on whether the conservation meter is above or below 50%. Which, that should be pretty easy to do as well. I mean, the way that it's set up right now is that there is a global variable which stores the next level, and it just gets set when you load into a map based on the kind of room definitions for whichever level you're in, because it's linear. It's just linear. The next level is always the same. And then, yeah, I guess at the moment that you pass through the portal, yeah, when we actually transition to the next level, in the final level, it will be like we just perform that check there. Oh, are they in the green or are they in the red? And then we set what global next level is, according to that, and then we transition to it. That's pretty much it. So we'll do some of that stuff in just a minute. I'm gonna go throw something in the oven though, because I am like just seriously hungry today for some reason. I've been one-wheeling for 3 days straight. That would probably explain it. So I'm gonna go throw a sweet potato in the oven. I'll be right back. Okay, let's do like 22 minutes for that, and then I'll throw some chicken in the oven. All right. I guess let's do the level transition stuff. That's kind of what we're working on. I feel like maybe the water bearer stuff is a bit more important though, and making it so that it would be really handy if that was in a script or something. Like the stuff that allows you to extinguish fires, and then I can easily just drop it on anything that can be set on fire. Because there's probably a ton of duplicate code right now that should just be in a script, really. Oh god, but does it work slightly differently for different things? I think it might do. Well, we can just set it up to handle being run on different types of objects. What am I even looking at right now? Yeah, the humans do have an extinguishment thing now. I think it might be... Here we go. Is it just the same as the tents? It would be really nice if it was. Oh, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So everything's extinguished at the same rate by rain. That's awesome. Okay, so I could just make this into like an extinguishment script. Basically, the conditions for when they are fully extinguished can be that's fine. Because that will be quite different depending on the type of object being extinguished, but this is basically universal, right? All right, okay. I guess I'll call it fire extinguish. SC fire extinguish. I think I'm spelling that right. And then drop that in there. And then, oh, yeah, no, it's named correctly. And then I just put this script here instead of that. Extinguished. So that's for the humans. Weirdly, it's in the end step, whereas the tents and stuff have it in the step, not the end step. Maybe I want to consider moving it. Hey, dude. An extinguished gentleman. Just for consistency. I mean, no, it's still the same, isn't it? It's still just one step, but it's the beginning of the step, the middle of the step, or the end of the step, so it doesn't really make any difference. It's fine. So I just go ahead and put that script here. Same for, I mean, there's literally no difference. There's no difference. Just wanted to be sure. Same for the other two tent types. Oh man. Okay, there we go. Right, so, well, it's not just going to be as simple as adding that script, or is it? I don't think, it's not, because I don't think trees can be extinguished at all right now. Might depend on the size of the tree as to how difficult it is to extinguish as well. Well, it all... Right, no, that's not particularly easy to do. I mean, all I can do is change, like, how much of the bar the water bearers fill up per, per splash. Per douse, maybe that's the word. Per dousing. The good thing about doing this is that we could probably make it so fire spreads a little bit more easily, because it can be extinguished by rain and the water bearers. So it's not going to be as much of a problem if it can, yeah. Now that there's like a counter for that, we don't need to be as concerned about accidentally setting the entire map on fire. But we still do need to be pretty concerned about that. Okay. Oh. It's right there. It was all okay, interesting. I don't know why it was commented out. So at some point, bushes could be extinguished by rain. That script name is not very good now I think about it, but whatever. It's maybe rain extinguish would make more sense, but having it start with fire makes it like consistent with the others. Makes it easier to find and easier to... It's kind of like categorized with them, isn't it? So... Oh, and luckily, yeah, the extinguishment stuff is there. It's like, it's there, it's just been commented out the whole time. I don't know why. At some point, I obviously decided rain shouldn't extinguish these things, or maybe I was just waiting. I honestly, I can't remember why. I can't remember why it's commented out. So when it's fully extinguished, then on fire becomes false again. Blah, 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 blah. And everything resets. Image alpha. We definitely don't want to turn the tree into a hut frame, though. We just kind of... we don't even really need to do the image alpha. I don't know why that's there. I don't know why that's a thing. We just need to do that, don't we? Yep, that's pretty much it. And I'm not going to worry about the health right now, but you could possibly argue that its health should regenerate over time or something. Ryutama. Natural fantasy role-playing game. I can't stop saying that recently. I've been reading the handbook for that game. It's a Japanese tabletop role-playing game. Okay, so the bushes and the trees can be extinguished by rain now. We would just need to allow water bearers to extinguish them. Let's see what would happen if I didn't make any changes to the extinguish state. The extinguish state. If I didn't make any changes there, they would be fully extinguished in one, which I'm kind of okay with, especially for a first implementation. That's kind of perfect. So all I need to do is add trees and bushes to the global fires list when they catch fire, basically. And they can catch fire when fire spreads to them. Interesting. Which is probably already incorporated into this script, right? I would imagine. Yeah. It compiles a list of nearby flammables and then rolls the dice to see if it's going to spread to them or not. And then if it does, it sets them on fire and adds them to the global fire list. So it's fine for spreading. The one that we need to be concerned about is if a player was to set those things on fire with Miracle Fire. Combatants. Oh, should I put them on the combatants list as well so you get that kind of... I don't know actually. Humans that are on fire and tents that are on fire, definitely we should add them to the combatants list to alert you to that. Trees and bushes? I don't know. I mean, the fact that the water bearers will still respond to them, even if they're like on the other side of the map, sort of means maybe we should. Potential downside there is that like the water bearers might go charging off into the wilderness to try and extinguish some burning tree, and they just like run into a wolf den or something. Maybe not the best. Maybe not the best thing in the world if that happens. Just do like a distance check. When the thing is set on fire, it's like, well, is it within a certain distance of camp, or is it within a certain distance of the nearest water bearer? That makes less sense, but also you could imagine like the water bearers might not be in camp. They could be stood right next to the thing when it sets on fire, but then the range check is based on the distance to camp. I don't know, it's confusing. I almost feel like the best way to go is that water bearers only extinguish humans and tents, but rain can extinguish burning trees and bushes. And then it's purely the player's responsibility in that case to use Miracle Water or Miracle Storm to extinguish those. I'm pretty sure you can already extinguish trees and stuff with miracle water, right? No? Oh, what? You can't. So you can set trees on fire with miracle fire. You can't put them out again with miracle water. Oh, interesting. 6 minutes. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, this should probably work like if you have enough power to fully extinguish it, then it fully extinguishes it. Else, it just uses as much power as you have available to extinguish it as much as you can. It's kind of weird the way that it is right now. And also that there probably just needs to be like one universal thing. Yeah, the campfire obviously needs to be handled differently. The rest could probably all just be, and then depositing water into the store as well. But the rest can probably all just be consolidated. Ah, okay, the store one is like combined. I see. That probably is the better. Is it the better way to do it though? Because we're checking that twice. We would be checking it twice anyway, so it's exactly the same. Okay. Yeah, you should definitely be able to extinguish trees though, shouldn't you? I think campfire should be the first one, really, because it's the most likely use case. It's sort of more efficient to do that. And then human. I think store would probably be the second most likely, and then we'll actually do a combined. We'll combine all of the rest into one. And for now, I might just make it so that one cast is enough to extinguish, because it just doesn't make sense to require multiple casts. I mean, you're a god after all. You could just decide to conjure the exact amount of water needed to extinguish this fire. Why would it take multiple attempts? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. So this one goes to what was I saying? Campfire, then store, then human. But then this one is going to become universal. What is this one? Crash. Right. So, but there might be. Is there anything like that? Or no? I think it's just handled in the actual objects code. Like once the hut, or rather the tent that's called a hut, is no longer on fire, then it just decides. Then it runs its logic that is like, okay, I'm no longer on fire, and I'm not full. blah blah blah. So I add myself back to the available huts list, which are actually tents. So yeah, it can just be very, very sort of simple. I mean, all this does is increment the extinguishment level, and that's it. So yeah, I can literally just delete that, and then here we throw some brackets in there and do or crash. And the store is already kind of combined as it's two, and then or, so we're now adding tree and miracle tree or bush, and that should just work basically, assuming that those have the variables that they need, the extinguishment variable, which I guess they do. Or do they? No, they don't. Okay. At least the tree doesn't. That would be, oh my god, I just gotta stretch, hold on. Started feeling kind of claustrophobic with this low ceiling here. So, extinguishment. Oh shit. There we go. Okay, they all have that variable defined. I'm going to go throw some chicken in the oven. I'll be back in 5. Okay, this is some pretty hefty chicken breasts. I think I'm gonna need to do like 24 minutes. I don't know if there's a mix-up with my grocery order or something, but there's only 2. I thought I had 3, so God knows what I'm gonna eat for the rest of the week. Oh, jeez. Okay, so what are we doing? Something about burning bushes. I think everything is good, right? We decided we're not going to. The water bearers are not going to extinguish these. Simplest, like that may change somewhere down the line, but that's pretty. It makes things easy for now. And then this cut crushed tree. Which this should be 100, so that 1 cast of this miracle is enough to extinguish one of these fires. And then the costs. Extinguishment plus 20. Oh, that needs to change as well. It should already be correct for the humans. Yeah, okay. Well, is there anything additional with the human? No, so that could be combined in with this one as well, right? There's nothing special about this. So this could be added here. And then this one could be removed. There we go. Okay, that's a nice little bit of refactoring whilst we're at it. Forgot to get a drink. Might just go back for a drink in a sec. But maybe we'll test this real quick. So, yeah. Having some sort of visual on screen so I can track the extinguishment would be good, I guess. I'm not sure if we would keep it for the bushes and trees in the final version, but they don't even have a draw event. Yeah, the trees do. So if it's on fire, we'll draw the extinguishment tracker. Do it this way. Don't have any wolves or anything to worry about, and I'll have all the miracles unlocked. And I can just... Actually, the trees are all going to be outside. That's the one problem. The difference when I run in test mode or demo mode, the spawn system spawns all of the trees outside of the sphere of influence just to make sure there's enough room to fit all of the tents. Yeah, that's one of the major concerns right now, is how much fur it requires to build all of the tents. That's what sort of leads to the overhunting at the minute. I can't really justify increasing the amount of humans that can fit in a single tent, though. Maybe I can increase it by 1. You know, often in sort of isometric games, the like relative size of things doesn't really make sense anyway, does it? Like the buildings will be really small compared to the people. So we could get away with a little bit of that. I think it's already kind of strange that they managed to fit 5 humans in these tiny little tents. But yeah, if they needed less tents, then they would need less fur, of course. If there's a... yeah. There's an expansion stone right here, but I only have 2 worshippers, so... I'll convert one of my foragers into an additional worshipper. And they immediately start going. Because they ignore their needs when doing this. So yeah, that will just expand the sphere of influence just enough that I can set one of these trees on fire. Hopefully they don't fell them all. I might chop them all down before I can actually do it. And then I can try both summoning a storm to extinguish them and also using miracle water to extinguish them. It's raining anyway, where it was. It keeps fading in and out. I can't decide. Sounds like a light drizzle. Okay, we've almost got it. Would be cool if we had a sound effect for this. Unlocking shrines and stuff. Alright, so now I can set these trees on fire. So, wait a minute, why is... oh yeah, sorry, the rain is extinguishing it, that's why that's going up. I summon a storm, that will make the rain even heavier. Would extinguish it even faster. And if I use miracle water on this tree, it doesn't work at all. Interesting. Don't worry, I know why that is. I'll make a quick save here. We'll come back. I don't think you can actually click on trees when you have miracle water selected. That would be in global left pressed, I think. Tree. So yeah, you can only click on trees if you have Miracle Hand or Miracle Fire selected. There we go. And bushes also, we need to be able to extinguish those with Miracle Water. Pretty weird if we extinguish them with Miracle Fire. So, now it crashes the game when I try and load. Interesting. Conservation level not set before reading it. Sure, okay. Don't worry, it's an easy fix. I just need to set... I need to define global conservation level in the controller object. This is really, I need to get it through my head that all global variables should be defined in here. But I'm not defining power in here. Interesting. Not sure how that is working then, but it is. Whereabouts should I put this? I don't know. Population, blah, 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 blah. Required. I feel like it should be somewhere near the beginning, like right there. Let's do that. It should be fine now, because when you load a save, the controller gets created first, and thus will... Nope. What? We got a different problem now. Unknown object dot stage not set before reading it. Human create line 1021. Interesting. Human create 1021. Excellent. Huh. So they are targeting something because instance exists target, but it's not something with a stage. Oh. Shit. That's not good. Warming. Warming? Warming. Warm inside? What is warming? Yeah, warming is when they're warming up inside of a tent. But they're not targeting a tent? They're somehow targeting something else? This is really fucked. Target object name. Yeah, I'm doing that though. I mean, the hut number, this is, oh fuck. Well, I mean, it shouldn't really cause any issues. It's kind of redundant. Maybe I added something recently that has messed up like the target numbers or something. Don't think I have. That all looks fine. How are they targeting something other than a tent whilst warming up inside of a tent? I'm assuming it's just not being loaded correctly. But then again, I mean, that's the definition. We're defining it, we're creating a function here, so it doesn't actually get called until later in the step event. So this code isn't being run until in the next step after loading, which is after we've reassigned that target. Hut number, crash number. What does that even mean? happens if I just comment this out? I have a feeling it might be redundant. Same problem, okay. It's not this causing it, even if it is redundant. How could they have been in that state and yet targeting something else? It's not really possible. I'm assuming the issue is something here. Like if this finds a match, but then again I'm doing with target object name, so it should only really run this on huts, assuming that's what they were targeting at the time of saving. And it's the warming state, so that's once they're actually inside. That's where we set the hut number. So they were in this state, they were inside of the tent. They should have definitely been targeting it. So it's probably correct upon save, but somehow getting messed up by this. Does it possibly mean the occupants tracker would get messed up as well? Because when they try to leave, they're not targeting the right thing, so they don't remove themselves from the occupants tracker correctly. Maybe. Yeah, it's not good. It's certainly not good. It's a bit of a weird way of doing that when I guess I could just save and load it. Well, yeah, kind of makes sense because I'd have to make sure I loaded it last. Anyway, it doesn't matter right now. So they did successfully like reassign a target. It's just they're targeting the wrong thing. Which means they found a match with something that wasn't a tent. Somehow. Not quite sure how they did that. Yeah, it should be unnecessary to do these. Oh. These other ones make sense. But, don't know about this bit. The rest kind of makes sense. Oh my god. Anyway, my food's ready. Guess I'll be trying to fix this when I get back. I'll be back to bug fixing in just a little bit. So thanks for watching. I'll see you after the break. Hello. I'm going to try and get a little bit more information here because I don't know what else to do. I think it would be helpful to figure out what we're actually targeting. I don't know exactly how that's going to help us, but it's something we can do. Actually, put ID in there. No, that's not going to help. Object index. I might need to use something else, like to get the actual name of the object. But if I load this save now, it should print something to the console. Oh my god, right, okay, of course it's going to do that for all of them. It's just giving me a number. I need to get the the object name. Excuse me. How do I do this? It's like object get name, and I just put the object index into that function. Object get name. Oh, and I guess it would be the last one, because that would be the one that's causing the crash. That's not helping. That's just giving me a number still, a different number, but it's giving me a number. Object get mask. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. So that would be giving me a sprite reference. Oh, they're targeting the campfire. Why are they targeting the campfire? I mean, they got themselves inside the tent, so they must have been targeting it at some stage. And the error is on line 1021. Oh, this is different. It's different now. No, I'm looking at the wrong line. Okay. 1021. Yeah, this is it. Stage less than 2. But because they're targeting the campfire, then it doesn't have this variable. But it's like we still do this check because they're targeting something, so it exists. I don't think I even use that for anything. Yeah, okay. What is it? What is this? Whoa, what? Why is that? Oh, shit. Shit. Oh my god, what? Am I supposed to be doing that? No. No, not supposed to be doing that. Fuck. Did I make this same mistake anywhere else? This is unrelated to the bug. But I'm definitely not supposed to be doing that. Hold on. Let's just check this out. Oh. Okay, I'm not doing it there. That's good. Sleep. Okay, that's good. Crash. That's good. Okay, we should be fine. That was just one time where I'd messed up and put that in the wrong place. Oh, now the line is gonna... warming. So we go into this state, we target the available tent, then we travel to it, then we enter the tent, and then we switch into state warming, but we're not changing targets anywhere. So it's got to be an issue with the save load system. Right? pretty sure that's redundant and we could just strip it out, but it's not causing the problem. We already checked that. Hey, Wendrixo. How's it going? I have an idea. Let's add a... Oh, how do I do this? Yeah, let's print the target number to the console in here. In the create event for the huts and the campfire object. String. Like that. I can at least confirm whether there is a match. I think probably what's happening is the campfire and the hut have the same target number somehow, and so when we load the game, it's targeting the campfire thinking it's a hut, something like that. Look at that, look at that. Well, I can't be exactly sure what's going on unless I do like a campfire, so I know what that is. And then this one. So it seems like that's what's happening, which makes a lot of sense, but why is it happening, and how do we prevent it from happening? Okay. Wait, no, these are all campfire. How many fucking campfires are there? What? No, I didn't. Sorry, no, I didn't change it. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Okay. There should be one campfire. That's why I was confused. Okay, yep, the campfire has the same target number as the tent. Shit. Oh, that's not what you want. That is not what you want. Oh my god. How do I fix this? Okay, we have to look. What do we have to look at? This is okay, global target number. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I guess I haven't really confirmed that. Let's go look at the save code and the load code. Object, campfire, target, no, is there, okay, and tent, I mean, oh, it's called hut, isn't it? I would assume. There it is. Okay, I was getting worried. Check on the other side. Campfire. Target, no. Tent. No, hut. Target, no. We're definitely saving and loading them, which means they're being set incorrectly in the first place, like when we first create them somehow. Why is that happening? I guess check this. Create target no equals global target no, global target number plus equals 1. How is this happening? Yeah, I don't do any of that stuff in here. It's all in the create event and the save load system. Hit cancellation. What is this? What? Okay. Yeah, but okay, the tents all have the same number as well, which is also incorrect. They should all have different target numbers. I'm going to try starting a new game, and then we can see if they're correct in the first place. That's not what I wanted to do. I need to start in test mode. Should probably disable some of these. I don't think there's really any reason to flood the console with all this stuff anymore. But there's some stuff. Okay, so that's working perfectly. Okay. So why is it not saving and loading correctly? Let me disable some of those other debug messages. And by that I mean all of them. Just so we don't have to dig through them all. I'm not flooding the console with useless information. I suppose it was useful at one point when I was first building the spawn system. It's not very useful now. Okay, so we don't have to deal with that anymore. And I just want to do a comparison so that we can absolutely confirm that it's the spawn system fucking it up. And nothing else. God, it's enough to make you put your head through the monitor. Jesus Christ. How long has this been broken for? It could be a really long time. I have no idea. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. I'm definitely a little bit more stressed now. I'm starting to feel the pressure. It was all right for like a couple of years, or a few years there, whilst I was able to quite comfortably just develop the game without having to worry about the finances. But now the finances are becoming an issue, and it's hard not to be stressed about it. So anyway, I'm going to look at the console. I can see you guys can't see it, but I can see everything's fine there. I'm going to save and load. Unfortunately, I'm going to lose my old save file, but I think we're okay. And let's see. Oh, I should disable that. Okay, so it's saving and loading just totally breaks it. So everything's fine to begin with. We're not saving and loading these correctly for some reason. I mean, we're just saving and loading them, so what's going wrong? Is there something inside of here that's... I mean, it would make sense, right? Yeah, if it's... It's as if this is what it's being set to by this, but I thought this would be overwritten by the save, the save file. Right, that's kind of how I thought it worked, right? Maybe not. How has any of this been working? I don't know. Yeah, how has any of this even been working? I thought it was working. It seemed to be working. Because oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So what I do here is like, I subtract global target number by 1 for everything that we spawn, which would increment it by 1, right? So I'm just undoing what I'm doing here. So this sets it, and this increments it, and then this decrements it back again. And that's so that the target numbers continue from where they left off. That was the theory anyway. But I'm not actually sure what's happening. Because I thought we create the instance, and the create event gets called so this event gets called when we create this instance, and then we override it with all of our loads. We override it with everything that we're loading from the save file. Or so I thought. That doesn't seem to be what's happening. Which begs the question, how the fuck has any of this even been working? I don't know. I have no idea. Because we're saying, it wouldn't surprise me if every single object in the game has this same target number, because I keep decrementing it by 1, but it's supposed to be Like, what were the originals? See, these are the originals, right? The first 10, 1543. And then, but now we've got 2943. But everything's 2943. It should be 1543. Yeah, but then again, I'm printing it in the create event. I should be printing it after this. Oh, fuck. So that actually makes sense. Because, like, this probably confirms my theory, if anything, which explains a lot. This has been... The create event is called before we actually load the save file. So that needs to be like in here. I mean, I kind of need to know that if I want to be able to do the comparison, but at least I'll be able to see if it's incrementing or not, right? So temp string target no, and we've just loaded that in. Target no, there. Oh my god, okay. Okay, I'm just loading that save file again, and then we can look. Okay, that's good, that's actually loading correctly. So let me do that for the campfire as well, because then we'll know for sure. I mean, will we know for sure? I don't know. Well, we can confirm that it's not a match in this scenario. I don't see how else it could have changed, so I mean... Also, where am I getting these other messages from? Campfires 1552. That sounds good. It doesn't match with any of the tent target numbers anyway. So that we still haven't really explained how they're targeting the campfire, how they were targeting the campfire. I mean, maybe if their state didn't get loaded correctly, but then we wouldn't have run any of that code because they wouldn't be in that state. We know that they were in that state because that state was getting executed. There's nothing else anywhere in the game that could influence them to target the campfire, because I was thinking like, oh well, I mean, like the hunters have the sort of chain pulling type behavior where they can influence one another's state and target. Like again, it shouldn't happen if they're, you know, in any other state except for like the hunting state or whatever, something like that. But there's absolutely nothing that would make them target the campfire like that. So it just seems impossible. They can only really target the campfire by their own free will, if you will. It's not this, but I'm just confirming it anyway. Yeah, it's not that. Target object number. The target object number always gets updated. Targeted. Right there. Not right there. That's clearing it. There. So it's like whenever they path to something, whenever they path to anything, date name stalking. What? Oh, right. I see what I'm looking at. I think it might be my pathing script. Pathing, one of them. Oh, these are sprites, dude. Pathing. Path or pathing. It's pathing this one. Targeted object number, targeted controller. Oh, jeez. I mean, it should be impossible, right? So this is, it's like target object name for one. We're doing with, so we'd be doing with object hut. So this code would never be run on a campfire anyway. So you would expect to just not find any match. Yeah, and it doesn't make any sense to constantly be updating this when the only time that it really needs to be updated is when you save. I realize that now. Didn't realize that at the time. Should we just try replicating it? I don't know what else to do, really. I think the easiest way for me to replicate it is to re-enable this. And go somewhere cold, where they will absolutely have to use one of the tents. Oh, I think it will auto-place a campfire. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. It auto-places everything. The campfire was lit previously, wasn't it? That was the thing, but we want to just like make sure they get cold and then go inside one of the tents. So I'm not going to light the campfire yet. There's a good chance we're going to get eaten by wolves or something here, but hopefully not. Hopefully that's not going to interfere with our test. Oh geez, watch out for this bear. Bears with cubs are aggressive. Don't do it. Don't do it. What's happening? What? They're sleeping. They're sleeping. That's not going to help. I might need to summon a storm or something. Probably takes them a really long time to warm up inside of a tent anyway. Oh my god, it's happening. Oops. If I summon a snowstorm, then they'll get colder faster, I guess. Oh my god. I don't know if we even have any guards right now. We do. Okay, maybe we can scare this bear away. Okay. Yeah, just because of the wind chill, they'll get colder a bit faster. See the system working as intended, the bear moving slower when it's injured. Oh my god, did you see that lightning strike? I've still never seen it, but if lightning hits a tent, it will set on fire. Actually, it can hit a human and set them on fire. Never seen that either. I've only ever seen lightning strike a tree once. How are we doing? Okay, we're getting cold. We're getting there. But how cold do they need to get? They need to get pretty cold. Like, I think they need to be 36 degrees or below. Yeah, all the tent does is protect them from the ambient temperature, which I think is a good way of making tents work. So that their natural body heat, or their natural like body temperature regulation will try to warm them up. But that could be quite slow. Whereas an actual heat source like the campfire is going to warm them up quicker. Or somebody, I see somebody like down at 36.26. I hope they don't like die of dehydration before we actually manage to test this. No, they won't die of dehydration. Because they have a stream right there. Look at this one. This one is nearly 36. I think once they get down to 36 or below, they'll probably use the tent to try and... Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to save and load there. Okay, that's fine. What about if I load from the main menu? That's also fine. What if I restart the game and load my save there? I'm probably not going to be able to replicate it now, am I? That was the thing, right? The fire was lit, was the thing, isn't it? I'm going to light the fire and then... Oh, but they've emerged from the tent. Do you see that? They emerged from the tent. What, so they prefer... They'll prefer to use the campfire for warmth, which makes sense. The campfire can actually warm them up versus the tent, which just protects them from the elements. That does make sense. No, let me just load that save again. Oh, okay. Now we're getting the error again. That's weird. That is weird. Because we didn't have this issue when the campfire wasn't lit, but weirdly the campfire wasn't lit when I saved. But now that I lit it, even though I'm loading back to before I lit the campfire, we're getting the error. That is very strange. That is... Okay, we might be onto something. I don't know what, but... Campfire fuel, sure. I mean, that's basically the thing that determines whether the campfire is lit or not, is the fuel. And we're saving and loading that. Yeah, but why are they... I mean, we can kind of understand why they're switching tires. Because apparently, even if they're warming up inside of a tent, they want to switch to the campfire if it becomes available. So that's what this is here. This is like, the campfire has fuel now. Get out there and huddle around it for warmth. But it's not going to switch their target. Plus, isn't there an exit? There's an exit there and there. Target.hp, not that one. So this is the code that would be executed. Target on fire. Set their position, alpha. Inside false state, idle. Yeah, but no, we're not updating that target in here at all. That is weird, isn't it? Will it still happen now? If I launch the game again and load that save. Yeah, I still get the error, but I didn't get the error the first time. When I saved and loaded when they were in that tent, but the campfire wasn't lit, I didn't get any error. The error didn't happen until after I lit the campfire. That's weird. That's really weird because the campfire wasn't lit when I saved. I don't even know what causes them to do that. I can't see it. No, it's that. I mean, of course it's that. Right, but their target, they wouldn't update their target until they go back to idle and run through all of the stuff again. That is very weird. I just want to replicate that one more time because of how strange it is. Just to really be sure of what's going on here. Yeah, the really confusing part is that I'm loading back to before the campfire was lit. I've no idea how that would influence, like, what they're targeting, though. Because I had no problem saving and loading when the campfire wasn't lit. Right? I'm going to conjure a storm again. Hopefully we don't get eaten by wolves or whatever. Oh, it's happening. Get out of there. How many guards have we got? We only have a single guard we could really use. We have way too many fishers. Where are they? You guys can be guards. We need guards. Guys and gals, sorry. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, okay. We have a lot of shaman. We're like, oh, there's a guard. Maybe we'll be okay. Okay, the wolves and the bears are going to make this difficult, but I think we can still test it. Just need everyone to get nice and cold. Oh, shit. Yeah. Luckily I'm cheating, so I have enough power to resurrect everybody. No, I don't. I have enough power to resurrect. Oh, I do just have enough power to... Oh, actually I have plenty. I thought it could cost 5,000, but no, that's miracle life, not resurrection. Okay. Oh. Oh god. Carpenters, we don't need 5 carpenters. We don't really need any carpenters right now. We can have some extra hunters, that will kind of help. Okay, how are we doing? How are we doing? Are we cooling down nicely? Get out of there. This wolf, where is it? Don't know where this wolf is from. This den, I think. Yeah. Saw one shaman that was getting pretty cold. That one. They can be our test subject. Why is that bush so close to the... I guess there's nothing to prevent that in the spawn system. Interesting. Yeah, that could have been problematic. If it had spawned right in front of the entrance, that could have caused some pathing issues. Whoop, I should really... It's not a matter of urgency, but I should really fix that. There's probably nothing to tell the bushes not to spawn close to the tents. I kind of lost track of that shaman now. Where's our chili shaman friend? Is anyone occupying one of these? Oh, here we go. Okay, they're about to get cold enough to shelter in one of the tents. I guess they'll also be tinted blue. Yep, okay, so they're going inside. I'm saving, I'm loading, no issues there. The follow cam doesn't work, interestingly enough. I'm gonna quit and load. No problem, no problem. It's very weird. Completely restart the game and load the save. Still no problem, but then strangely, if I light the campfire now, well, one thing is that we would see them emerge from the tent, but if I load the save, okay, still no issue there, actually. No issue there. Interesting. So, okay, it's a good job I confirmed, because maybe I actually made another save. Maybe I saved right after lighting the campfire, that's probably what I did. So, yeah. Do that. We'll see them. They see that traveling to campfire now. Save and load. Okay, that's where the issue occurs. Then, okay. But why? I think I know why. I think it's a typo. I think it's a typo in the save load system. On one, either when saving or when loading, I think there's a typo. State warm. Okay, that's fine. We'll look at the load code. State warm. Warming warm. Wait, hold on. There it is. There it is. State warm. They're loading into the wrong state. Because they're in state warm, which is the state where they target the campfire and huddle around it for warmth. But we're loading them. Sorry, I don't want to put the blame on you. This is all my fault. I'm loading them into the warming state, which is where they go inside the tent. So they're targeting the campfire, but they're being loaded into the warming state where it's expected that they would be targeting the tent. Just a typo. And this is why you need better naming names. You need good names for your things, unlike me and my god awful names. State warming, warm. I have a list called hut, and I have a list called huts. I can't remember which one's even which. Well, I know that the hut list is the list of all of the available huts. God knows what the huts list is for. I don't even know. I have an object. I have a variable which stores an object called pack, which stores the wolf den. But then the list of wolves that belong to that pack is also called the pack list. So I have code that literally says pack.pack. Oh god, yeah, it's not good. So you want to really. This is for me. I'm talking to myself here. You want to really make those names distinct and unique. And you know, not super similar, because you'll do something like this and spend 3 hours banging your head against the wall. But we did it. We fixed it. It's brilliant. We're back. We are so back. Whew, that was quite an ordeal. Glad we got there in the end. And it was just something as simple as a typo. That's the thing. Often, like, you know, you're like, oh my god. You feel like it's going to be something insanely complicated, and then you just spelled something wrong somewhere, or put the wrong variable in, the wrong function name in. We got there in the end. All right. What was I actually doing before we... So I was going to implement the thing that gives you the good and the bad ending, right? Although they're both pretty goddamn similar right now, I suppose. I realized that hell really does need to not have any fishing spots in it. It would be the only map where there are no fishing spots. And I think that's cool because, like, some of the maps have less resources and it makes it more difficult to survive in those biomes. And hell would be the only map that doesn't have fishing spots because it's surrounded by an ocean of lava. And that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that hell is like so bleak that it doesn't even have fish. That it would be the only map that doesn't, and it just helps to make it really... I mean, it doesn't have bushes, it doesn't have trees, it doesn't have animals, it doesn't even have fish. It's impossible to survive in hell. And I think that's kind of the idea. Yeah, and I don't know. I'm still on the fence about it. I don't know. The good thing is it's easier to implement the simplest version of it, which is that hell is just guaranteed death. It's impossible to survive there. You get the bad ending, and you're trapped in hell, and you just die and like lose the game, right? And GG, you got to play it. You have to start again and play through and try and get the good ending. The good ending could just be like abundance, eternal life, you know, that's it. You can't do anything. You just, congratulations, you beat the game and you got the good ending and now your little people live forever in paradise or whatever, you know. That's not bad, and that's the simplest way to do it. That's the easiest and will be the first implementation that I do. And then on top of that, we could decide if we want to have the rapture miracle there, if we want to have portals to the different biomes so you could revisit, well, not revisit, but so you could essentially create new worlds and stuff, which is pretty cool. But it's like, why? I don't know, why couldn't you do that in hell? I mean, if you're God anyway, you always have the choice to create new worlds, I suppose, because you're the one who can quit back to the main menu and create a new world, which is, in a way, an extension of your godlike powers. The humans themselves are actually, they're stuck in there, right? They're stuck in that world. But you as the player, being God, can quit out to the main menu and create a new world at any time. I mean, that's kind of the idea, is when you start a new game, you are creating the world. It's sort of your first... it's just like your first godlike act, right? Okay, so how's it gonna work? Rooms, no. Scripts, definitions, define rooms, and then, yeah, this is weird currently. I mean, I need the room definitions in there, but they don't. It goes a bit non-linear at the end, doesn't it? Because we have multiple endings. We have two endings. At the moment, the Arctic tundra just leads you to hell. By default, I think maybe I'll make it heaven by default, considering the Conserv-O-Meter. The Conserv-O-Meter starts at 100%. So it's like you're naturally predestined to reach paradise or whatever. It's you that's got to fuck it up along the way to wind up in hell, much like life itself. Okay, so that's good. And then, yeah, I mean, there is no next level. What we need to do is, I mean, a simple way to to do that actually is to update the spawn system when we spawn constructs and we spawn the portal stones, spawn portal, right? We could stick this whole portal spawn code inside of something that says if global next level does not equal no one, then spawn the portal, because we know there is a next level, and that would just prevent it from spawning a portal in heaven or hell, because that's the end of the game and there is no next level at that stage. So that's a pretty sweet way of doing it, I suppose. Another way that you could do it is just based on what room we're in. And I don't know I need to know when the room definitions script gets run, actually. I'm assuming it's probably like the first thing that we do, but let's see. It might not be. It might be like the last thing that we do, which would really suck. Define rooms is there. Okay, define rooms. Interesting. We actually spawn the fishing spots before we even define the rooms. But we do indeed define rooms before we spawn constructs, so we're good. Yeah, we can do it that way. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool way to do it. Global next level does not equal no one. Yeah, I was watching Taraka's stream the other day, and they were saying how it's better to deal in positives. I'm saying, is this thing not negative? Yeah, I can see where they're coming from. I have tried to apply it now, but I guess I'm not as diligent about it as they are. Because I'm still doing it. I'm still dealing in negatives. But there we go. So now the portal simply wouldn't spawn in those levels. Now, that's probably going to cause all kinds of issues. Is it? I mean, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Oh, it might cause issues with the spawn system. I'm going to have to go through the spawn system and check. Because we might, for example, be checking... I'm seeing portal stone there. I'm not seeing portal itself. What is this for? Wolf dens. Okay. Oh, shit. What, so wolf dens can spawn, like, right next to the portal? That doesn't seem like a good idea. I think the wolf den should be at least 60-10. Oh my god, what even is this? Okay. Oh, it's there. It just doesn't. Right. Because there's only a single portal, so we're not dealing in nearest portals. We're dealing in the portal because there's only ever one of them. Yeah. So okay. But what we need to do is confirm that it exists before we do anything else. Because what we've now done is we've made it possible for a level to exist with no portal in it, which didn't used to be a thing. We were always just assuming that it was guaranteed that the portal would exist, which it no longer is. So we've got to we gotta drop that in there. Why is this bracket here? I figure that out. It's a totally unnecessary bracket, really, isn't it? Right? Yeah. Why am I doing that? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Moment of insanity, I suppose. So, okay, portal. It's not doing any harm, but those are completely unnecessary brackets. So rabbit warrens can spawn right next to the portal. It doesn't matter. Rabbit warrens don't have collision. They don't get added to the navigation grid, so they can't actually block anything. What is this? Demo mode. Humans, plants. Portal. I'm already doing it there. I'm already doing it. Hey, that's what I like to see. Again, tons of unnecessary brackets everywhere. Not sure why. Yeah, I must have just gone insane temporarily. It happens from time to time, and you can always look back at your code and see like a historic record of how insane you were on any given day. And you can sometimes just see, oh yeah, I went completely off the deep end there, didn't I? Okay, predators, that shouldn't be an issue. Prey, shouldn't be an issue. Streams, okay. Streams. I mean, wait, I think we spawn streams before we spawn everything else, so yeah, it's the other way around. Okay, and then look at this absolute nightmare. This is the thing that goes around and scans the entire coastline to find where we should be spawning the fishing spots. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now, dude. It's been a while since I wrote this. Like, what even is this? It's checking it. It's doing something. It's checking like it basically seems to be checking the type of tile to make sure that it's like it has to be one of these specific types of tiles. Fair enough, fair enough. It's simpler than I thought, really. The really complicated stuff is in setting these tiles correctly in the first place, I think. That's the... It still doesn't actually work 100% of the time. There are occasionally tiles that are misplaced or just missing. It still happens, but I don't know how to fix it, so it's probably going to stay like that. You don't usually notice, like it's rare enough, and you really have to be looking for them to spot them usually, so... It'll be okay. It'll be alright for now. Maybe I can fix it one day, but it's like... You know, it's not worth the time. There's definitely higher priority things to do right now. The game, like finishing the game, you know. We can fix purely aesthetic bugs a couple of years from now when everything else is done. Okay. Okay, so the next piece of the puzzle, the next step would be to head into the constructs and portal code, and when we're actually transitioning to the next level, oh god, I wonder if there's more lists here that should be cleared that I'm missing now, because I haven't updated. Often you add stuff, right? You add new lists and whatever, and then you forget that there's like a billion different places where they need clearing or something. I don't think I've updated this in a long time, but the recent one, where is that? It's in the save object. When you load a save, I clear all of the global lists, so we could probably do the same thing. Oh my god, look at this. Yeah. We probably need to the fuck is global shrine? I don't think I even use that anymore. Oh no, I do, but we definitely want to clear it, don't we? Want to clear... I think we need to clear everything above this point, basically. I think... Oh, to destroy? No, I don't want to destroy them, I just... Or do I? No, I probably just want to clear them. Hunting part, my god. Right. probably would be a good idea to clear these lists before we go to the next level. I mean, many of them probably will be cleared. The global wait list, I swear that has not been a thing for like 2 years now, and it's still in there. I'm not using it for anything. Or am I? Are the animals still using it? I don't know. Oh my god, what's the global crash list for? I don't know. Available crashes? Oh, it must be. Yeah, it works like huts. See, I have a global hut list, and I have a global huts list as well. Although, oh, maybe I don't have a global huts list anymore. Maybe I actually finally did away with it. Oh my god, dude. Repairs. Yeah, we definitely would need to clear the repairs list, wouldn't we? Yeah, you don't want anything from the previous map stuck on the global repairs list. That would not end well. Harvesting, felling. Yeah, we've really got to sort this out. I think I can just copy this and then turn them into DS list clears instead. Entered humans. What kind of game is this? Oh, that must be the list of humans that have entered the portal. Right, okay. Yeah. Really weird when your project gets to a certain size, you can't actually keep it all in your head anymore. So you're just looking at things and it's like deciphering ancient texts from a lost civilization. You're like, well, this is what they must have meant. Well, the ancient practices of the bygone eras. You just have no idea what anything does anymore. It can be a nice surprise sometimes, though, because you'll be like playtesting and you're like, oh, I didn't even know I put that in the game. You'll like surprise yourself with all the features that you implemented and you just forgot about them. But yeah, I think we need to basically just kind of like entered humans. Is that even over here? I mean, the entered humans list. No, it's not, is it? See, there's some stuff that I'm missing. When does the entered humans list get cleared again? I don't know. Presumably in like that relocation script, or no, what is it called? Relocate. Probably in here, no? I don't see anything to do with that in here. State Exodus. Stasis. There we go. We add them to the entered humans list when they go in stasis. But do they ever get removed from that list again? Do we even use that list for anything? I'm assuming we use it for something. Oh my god. It might be in the loader. Relocate. I see relocate. Yeah. So it's like if it's a new game, we spawn fresh humans, right? If we're loading into a new level, we relocate the humans. But I don't see anything to do with the entered humans. I think it's probably just never getting cleared, to be honest with you. But also, I'm not using it for anything as well. Where is it defined? It's defined in the, okay, so it would, Well, we definitely want to clear it up, or we essentially have a memory leak. The old list is never being destroyed again. Yeah, we definitely want to do that. Oh boy. What? Oh, it's loading a save, right? Yeah, what if you... That's something I don't know if I've even tested. What if you save and load when like half of the humans have already entered the portal? Well, I mean, it might still work fine, considering I don't seem to actually be using this list for anything. Why do I have engaged hunters twice? Isn't it supposed to be, oh, there's arrived hunters. I don't know why I have that twice. I'm surprised that didn't give me an error because I was trying to destroy a list that didn't exist anymore or something. Maybe it doesn't actually get destroyed until the end of the event. I don't know. Human create. Yeah, of course, that one, but... Portal create, yeah. Portal step. Proceed to next level. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's what it's used for. It's just used to determine, like, when all of the humans have entered the portal, so we should start transitioning to the next level. We should load the next level. Yeah, because how else would we know that? Good point, good point. That's what it's for, but we should definitely be... well, so that would be fucked. If you save and load when, like, half of the humans have entered the portal, you're going to break everything, basically. You'll never be able to transition to the next level. Unless I already thought about it, you know, this is what I'm talking about. I have no idea how anything works because I can't remember everything. Maybe I already thought about it. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Like if the human is in stasis when we save the game, then we like remember to re-add them to the entered humans list. Or something like that. I don't know. Something like that, you know, it would be on the load side of things, you know. Presumably I'm saving loading stasis is right there. So if we look at the load code. Stasis, statsis. Stasis? No, it's not an object. Stasis. No, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything like that. Oh, fuck. Yeah. So I'm almost certain that it would break the game. It would break the game right now, right? Might not immediately break the game, actually, because I'm not clear. I'm not actually destroying that list, which I probably should be, but yeah. It would break the game if you were to quit back to the main menu and then load your save, or close the game and reopen the game and then load your save. That would break the game. But potentially you could just load your save and without quitting, and you would be fine. Yeah, there's nothing. So yeah, one of three would work, but not very well. I mean, it would work just purely out of like coincidence, basically. But it wouldn't work anymore if I do this, which is what I'm going to want to do. Now it doesn't work anymore. Now it doesn't work 3 out of 3 times. It won't work. But that's what we need to do because we don't want a memory leak. So this might be a good Wolf crush drum, active drums, fire build, blah blah blah. Yeah, everything else seems like I would have it covered really. I'm not sure, but it's not what I wanted. Seems like I would probably have all those others covered. Looks like it, doesn't it? Combat. Was there anything that I missed? Seems good. I think it was just that one, really. So, what I need to do is get them back on this list. And they get added to that list when they enter stasis, right? So, we can basically do, like, if you load them back into stasis, then put them back on this list. Should work. I think that might be all I need to do, really. So we have something similar here, like if they're in the prayer state when you load the save, then we add them back to these lists. We can do the same sort of thing for stasis. Oh. Excuse me. I'm not actually doing the check. I suppose there's no reason to do the check if we're certain that we've just destroyed and recreated that list. We can guarantee it's going to be empty. But usually I would first confirm that it's not already on the list. I guess we're not doing that here. Okay, so wait a minute. If that's what the stasis state does, yeah, but it's not smart to do it that way, is it? We should do it before we transition instead of inside of this state. Yeah. And in fact, it would make sense to do most of this stuff, right? What is this? Stasis. Oh, really? So they're in stasis right from the moment they start climbing the stairs. That's why they fall off the stairs as well. And I don't know how they get back, because usually it does work. They, like, if you save and load whilst they're climbing the portal stairs, they fall off the stairs, but then I think they go back to the portal and start climbing the stairs again. Don't ask me how that works, but it does, seemingly. How does that work? I don't know. Uh-huh. They're technically classed as being inside, sure. Oh, okay, yeah, this is not good stuff. Anyway, this is pretty fucked, to be honest with you. Probably what I should use is a path. Or even get them to path to a coordinate. That would be even better, wouldn't it? Because then that would be the easiest for save loading, because we could just let the original path encode take over, maybe. Yeah. This is the thing that like makes them walk up the stairs and then across the platform into the portal. But all I do is, as you can see, I set their speed and direction just to create the illusion of them going up the stairs. And I don't know how it works currently when you like save and load. Because like I said, they fall off the stairs. But I think they do just like start working again. For some reason, somehow. They don't get stuck. They still are able to enter the portal somehow. Is that something I did? Maybe no, because I'm just putting them back in the stasis state, so they will be in they'll be in that state. I don't really know how it's working. Oh my god, there's always so much. There's always so much to do. I can just activate the portal by default, and then we can test this. Oh, okay. Probably grab a drink. Let's just active. Where is it? Open? Active? Global active? What the fuck does any of this mean? Is it active or open? I think it's open. I got the naming the wrong way around. Open means active, and active means open. So just remember that. So now the portal will be active from the very start of the game. So I'll immediately be able to perform an exodus. So we can test this. Sure, beginner island is fine. Don't need any test mode stuff. I'm just gonna grab a drink. Okay. That's not what I was trying to do. Might be useful to have a quick save there. I don't know. Okay, so opening the portal. Everybody's traveling to the portal. Speed them up a bit. So if I save and load now, shouldn't have any issues. They should just continue on their merry way. If I save and load when they're going up the stairs, that's probably going to fuck everything up. Interesting. DS list add entered humans, right. So now, yeah, because I'm destroying the list. But why is the list not being recreated? It's a good question. Simple answer is I just need to create the list in the controller object, which is basically where everything should be created. All global things should be created there. That would be the solution. I think basically the humans got created before the portal. And also, this, yeah, the way that it's set up, right, there's no reason to. Global. In the create event. Active portal entity, confirm portal. So all three of those should just be transferred across, basically. Just put them there, I guess. I mean, well, some of those are not lists, so I could at least kind of. It's whatever, I suppose. It's already a mess. Okay. I try loading that save now. Oh, they don't fall off the stairs. Oh, that's impressive. Okay, that's quite nice, actually. Interesting. So I can load that save. What about if I save and load when like half of them are already in the portal? That's going to be the true test, the real challenge. I'm going to save now. Most of them are already in the portal. I'm going to load. The question is, are we still going to load into the next level when the last human enters the portal? Yes, okay. That's pretty sweet. That is pretty sweet. Okay, that's all working better than I expected, actually. The main thing is the memory leak. We just need to clean up that memory leak. Yes, indeedy. So, well, do we even have a memory leak anymore now that I'm destroying that list? We should be okay, right? I think maybe I'm good. I'm destroying the list right there. So, I think we're okay. I think we're doing alright. Am I doing this when you like quit the game? That's a good question. End game. Nope. I'm clearing the unclaimed humans list. Ah, that's right. We don't want to destroy the lists. In that case, we want to clear them. Right, but I do want to clear everything, I suppose. I don't think we want to clear the unclaimed humans list when transitioning to a new level, do we? Ooh, that's a good point. I'm just wondering if you can do Twitch commands on the loading screen and whether it would cause any issues. That stuff is in the menu. Maybe it's already fine. What am I looking at? Here we go. Nope. It's not in the menu at all. Where is it? Oh wait, it's in the create event. Okay. If I do the instance does not exist object loader check, then we are basically saying you can't do this on the loading screen. And we would sort of want to do that for like, well, maybe I should just build it into the Twitch commands thing. Obviously I got to do it for this one, but I think I'm going to sneeze. Instance does not exist object loader. False alarm. And then let's see Twitch command. See, I could just build it into the script, right? So you can't do any Twitch commands on the loading screen. You probably shouldn't be able to do Twitch commands on the main menu either. Yeah, that's a good point. If we've got a with object human in here, we're gonna get errors, surely. I mean, I don't know. I've never tried it, but I'm guessing we're gonna get errors if I try and use Twitch commands on the main menu. I'm gonna try doing command join. Does that give me an error? No. Interesting. Do I have... I'm just gonna authenticate again. What did I do? I think I just closed chat. Hold on. There we go. Just to confirm that I'm definitely authenticated. Okay, I'm not getting any errors there actually. Okay, I'll try doing a command on the loading screen. Is that gonna do anything? No? Okay, well it seems like this is just fine. I don't know why it's fine, but it is. Not having any issues there. fuck is that? Shit. Loading screen went too fast for me. That doesn't happen often. See if that causes any errors. No. No, there doesn't seem to be any issues with that, actually. So I don't think we need to worry about it. I can't explain why it works. Does the loader exist from like the very beginning or something? No, I think the loader gets created when you actually start a new game. I don't know why this works, but I mean, I suppose maybe it would be a good idea to just try removing that and see if it does cause issues on the loading screen then. Doesn't seem to be any issues on the main menu for whatever reason. Now, what about now if I do? Yeah. No, doesn't seem to be causing any issues at all. So I just don't think we need to worry about that, which is nice. What was I doing then? Okay, I'm supposed to... Yeah, I'm supposed to clear all of these lists on endgame. Yeah, that would be smart, wouldn't it? I mean, it's not necessary on endgame because... Wait a minute. Endgame? Well, we're going to create them again anyway, so no, that is a memory leak. I do need to destroy all of those lists on endgame, actually. Otherwise, yeah, we're just creating endless lists every time you start a new game. Yeah, we do need to destroy them. Okay, and unclaimed humans, is that on here somewhere, or... Oh, it's there. I'm clearing it. I'm clearing it when we load a save. Why am I not destroying it exactly? Oh, because the menu object does not get recreated when you load a save. Right. But anything else, the controller object does. So anything defined on there, yeah, the menu is kind of like one of the exceptions, as well as I think the particles object. Those are also like persistent. Okay, but everything else. What was I just looking at? I can't remember. Oh my god. This one? Oh, the end game script. Let me just put that in there. And then destroy lists. So we got a big list of lists to destroy when we either quit to the main menu or if we go to the next level. Because they will get recreated, I'm sure. Because the hunting partner. Yeah, it's definitely not. Drum. I mean, why would it be in there? It's just not going to be, is it? I'm just confirming. Build, repair, wolf den, yeah. Harvest, felling, heal. worshippers, command, blah, 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 shrine. No, we should be, yeah. So all of these will be recreated. When you, well, whenever the but the control, excuse me, the controller object, key down, enter. Is created when you start a new game, or it's loaded first when you load a new. So starting a new game or loading a game creates a new controller object, which will create all of these lists again. So we need to destroy the old ones. Yeah, we have a memory leak. Unclaimed humans on end game, and then in the portal level transition code right here. So it turns out I'm actually missing like a billion lists here that should be destroyed. I hope it's not going to cause any issues. We should be fine to destroy the entered humans list because we've now begun the level transition. We no longer need it. It's not used for anything on the other side. So we should be good. We should be good. I wouldn't be surprised if I was missing something here, but let's hope for the best. Let's create dep loader. Interesting. Yeah. Level transition true. We do particle cleanup. Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. So what would okay, so that's like the housekeeping stuff that we had to do to prevent the memory leak. What was I actually trying to do is decide whether we're going to go to heaven or hell based on the conservation level when you transition from the final level in the game, which I guess global room go to next level. So we can do like if I believe the final level in the game is the Arctic tundra. So I think if we just do like a room equals Arctic tundra, if global conservation level okay, I'll change that in a second. Conservation level is greater than or equal to 50. Else, and then global next level equals heaven. Now we're dealing in positives. Hell yeah. Okay. So we're just going to override this basically. Yeah, and then when you load into one of those two levels, there will be no portal, which I'm thinking that may cause some major issues with probably waypoint spawning. Similarly to with the spawn system, we always assumed that the portal would exist previously. So I don't know if my waypoint spawning is going to be set up to handle for when portals do not exist. Although, actually, no, it's probably fine, because I'm probably never actually even concerned about the portal when spawning waypoints. That's true. We're probably good. The easiest way to find out is just to run the game. I think probably like run the game in one of those levels. But then again, I'm not going to be able to get them to spawn waypoints in those stages without adding stuff to them. Right. Well, let's just at least try going through the portal on the Arctic tundra. We'll go through it once with a conservation level of 100. We should arrive in heaven. Then I'll try setting it to 0. We should arrive in hell. We can worry about the rest of the stuff later. Yeah. Interesting. I'm probably like that. It doesn't seem, you know, I could like disable hunger and thirst if you're in heaven, and disable aging and stuff, or reset all of their age. I don't know. But it doesn't seem ideal to be constantly checking which level we're in whenever we're deciding to increment health and age and stuff. Because 99% of the time you're not going to be in that level. So I'm not quite sure what the best way to do it is, but I do need to make sure I remember to deactivate the portals again. Anyway, let's see. We're going to go... Oh my... Oh, my broken mouse is so broken. Okay. Unfortunately, we have a man down. Oh, it's a good test. It's a good test. Can we still go through the portal with a man down? Good question. Let's make sure we have lots of guards so that we can get there successfully. Okay, here we go. We're approaching the portal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we'll be fine. Okay, I'm less sure than I thought. We're going in. Oh, this guy walking, he's walking slow because he's injured. Right. Oh, shit. Okay, invalid reference. DS list create nearby. Oh, DS list clear. Wait, what? Portal step 0, line 109. Wait, I'm supposed to be doing destroy, not clear, right? Or does the controller object persist between levels? Maybe it does. Actually, I think it does. I think it only gets created and destroyed when loading a game or starting a new game. Actually, 109. Did it say 109? This one. Why? Nearby predators? I mean, all of the humans have that. What? That is strange. Okay. Oh crap, let me just copy that, I guess. Because I need to undo. Yeah, no, I think the controller object actually persists between levels. That's my bad. So we want to go back to what we had before, which is just clearing all of these lists. But maybe I should be clearing, like, all of them. I don't know why I got that error with the humans nearby predators list. What did it say? Invalid reference DS list. That is weird. What's up with that? Don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It did at least attempt to transition at the correct time. I'm still going to want to clear those lists, though. I'm not going to want to destroy them, but I am going to want to clear them. Okay, that should be good. That should be good. Yeah, what the hell is up with this? DS, let's clear. Invalid reference. Strange. I mean, all of the humans should definitely have a nearby predators list. It would be destroyed. This is the new thing. I have a feeling like maybe that. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Yep. This is what it's like. It's like tying up a lot of loose ends. You're doing a lot of stuff. You're like implementing features and systems and things. And then you get to this final kind of stage and you're like, actually, like a lot of this is kind of broken. And I've got to like all these edge cases that you start worrying about. You start finding all these edge cases and it's like, yeah, we've really got to get this stuff like locked in, you know. So, but it's good to be here. You know, it's good to be at this stage finally. It's definitely a good sign on the whole. All right, here we go. We're going in the portal. Are we gonna have any issues this time? Oh, whoa. Okay, there was just a big delay on that for some reason. So I don't know what the delay was about. A little bit concerning. Almost as if there was an invisible human that still hadn't entered the portal or something, but I'm sure that wasn't the case. I hope. Why would there be an invisible human? That doesn't seem possible. But it did, although slightly delayed, it did load the next map. And it didn't give me any errors. I think the error has to do with one of the humans being dead, you know? So if I... No, I need to be in test mode. Wait, hold on a second. What? No, I'm just hallucinating. Don't mind me. Test mode. No, I don't even need. Oh, it's too late now. I don't even need to be in test mode, but it's fine. So I'll kill off one of the humans with Miracle Fire. And then we'll try going through the portal. I think that's where the issue's arising, and I don't know why. Other than, like, maybe that human object gets destroyed because it doesn't persist between the rooms, but we don't actually transition until after we try and clear that list, so... Yeah, I don't know. Let's kill one of the guards. Oh, shit, I didn't disable that? Oh my god. Whoops! Okay, that was in the last build that I released. That's not what you want. Alright, this guy will burn to death before too. Unless we have a bunch of healers healing him, that's gonna slow things down. How many healers have we got? One. Let's just hold on to... For fuck's sake, dude. The water bearers are trying to extinguish him and everything. God, the humans are working against me. I'm just trying to test, and they're working against me. Oh, and that doesn't get disabled again? Why is that still visible, you know? There's still one water bearer somewhere. Where? There. Okay, we got rid of all the shaman and water bearers now, so this guy can actually burn to death. So that it didn't get disabled, which is weird. He definitely stopped burning. Yeah, I wonder if that's a bit of a... I don't know what would be causing that, actually. I mean, maybe because that list doesn't get cleared. Yeah, that's probably what it is. That list's not getting cleared. Okay, let's... What the f... Oh. Ah. He's not getting removed. He's not getting removed from the combatants list upon death? Or is that something else? No, I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Why not? It is strange. Anyway, let's try going to... Okay, a couple of things to write down. Can't remember what either of them... Not getting removed from combatants list. It's like... Burning humans not getting removed from combatants list upon death. I don't know why, but that seems to be what's happening. And then this is like it's not really a bug, it's just something I haven't done yet. I think we need to clear. We don't need to. It probably would be advisable though to clear nearby humans / nearby tents / nearby plants lists upon extinguishment. Yeah, that would probably be smart. Okay, so where's the portal? Here we go. Here we go! Going through the portal. I'm going down to the central part of town. Central part of town. I'm going down. Same. So when the humans are dead, I get an invalid reference. Only if somebody is dead. That is very, very unusual. Nearby predators. Sure, I mean, I'm sure I'm clearing that list in the death code, which I think kind of makes sense, but we're not destroying it. The list should still exist. I mean, a workaround would be to destroy all of the dead humans before performing that check, but also at the same time, it's like, why is this an issue? Why is this an issue? Nearby predators. Nearby predators. Is it this? Is it because I'm... That's exactly what it is, isn't it? I'm fucking destroying the instance, which calls the cleanup event, which destroys this list, and then I'm trying to clear it. I just got to do that. I wasn't really reading the code that was right in front of me. State equals stasis? Why? They're already in stasis. I don't know why I'm doing that. Why am I doing that? I don't know. It's completely redundant. Destroy dead humans. State death or harvested. Alright, it was a simple order of operations thing. Yeah. Because it never used to be an issue because I never used to clean up those lists. But now we do. Because we're good little boys who don't write memory leaks into their game anymore. Okay. Yeah, isn't it weird that I have a natural disposition, a predisposition for coding over art? That is strange. I used to love drawing when I was a kid. I used to draw all the time. But I apparently now I prefer coding. I've been ruined by coding. Oh god. Still need to disable that. Why does it not play the sound effect when I set the humans on fire? We could definitely do with a little sound effect there. We have one. We might as well use it. Okay, I'm just gonna kill a bunch of... I'm killing off the shaman, I suppose. Where are the water bearers, though? Why are the water bearers not... They are trying to extinguish them quickly. Prevent them from... Set the water bearers on fire. Don't let them... Oh god, now the shaman is... Okay. There we go. So what's happening? I mean, I've got all these fucking red lines everywhere, that's one thing. And the humans are not being removed from the combatants list when they burn to death. Water bearers are... What's the shaman doing? Why are you not on fire? Oh, I did hear a sound. Maybe the sound does work. Oh, it's just quiet. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, they're just not getting... They're not getting removed, so I'm still getting this overlay and the arrows. Right, and all these fucking red lines everywhere. Okay, I'm going to open the portal, we're going to go to the next level, and we shouldn't have any issues now, because that list will still exist. But we'll be destroying these humans, so we won't... It's like any because we stop updating it entirely when they're no longer on fire, so they're also not getting removed from that list. Best thing to do is just clear the list when they're extinguished. And there's multiple lists. There's 3 different lists. One's for humans, one for tents, and one for plants, I believe. That's a good point, actually, because humans can't actually spread fire to anything, I don't think. Or can they spread it to plants, but not... I don't know. We'll have to look into it. but they all have all of the lists still. In fact, it's probably another thing that I should be clearing. I'll have to go through and just check that I'm clearing everything I'm supposed to when we transition between the levels. Okay. So that's working nicely now. Let's just fix up a couple of these other things. Let me write that down. I might forget. Clear human lists. Yeah, the humans are the only ones that are going to persist the next level. Human lists on level transition. We'll look into that. Draw event. Yeah, I still have this here. Disable that, and then why are they not getting removed from the combatants list upon death? Maybe they are, but they're still on fire? No, I think... I'm not sure, actually. No. So we stop dots. Stop dots. 50 fucking DKP minus for not doing that. And then it would be probably smart to clear those lists here as well. So yeah. They're not on fire is now false, so they shouldn't be getting re-added to this list because they're still on fire or whatever. Plus they're in the death state now, so there's that as well. So why are they not getting removed? Oh, I'm just not doing it. I'm just straight up not removing them. Great. Well, at least it's an easy fix. Remove from fires list. Okay, well I'm doing that at least. I'll just drop it in there as soon as it's... I mean, you would have thought I'd be... but yeah, they never were added to this list previously. From combatants list. This list was originally only used for animals that were attacking either the humans or tents. We never used to put humans on this list. Now we put humans and tents on this list, as well as animals that are attacking us. Now it has nothing to do with combat. I mean, it's still partially to do with combat, but it's just like, it's more of the alerts list now. It's just to alert us to whatever's going on, so that we know to like if something's happening off screen that demands our attention. But I think I should just be able to do a search for global fire and see if that shows up anywhere else. Yeah, there. Yeah, this is really some of the worst code in the project. What the hell is that? Because I do a lot of stuff three different times, which is not good. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's the original one. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I just wasn't removing them from that list. Now I am. I'm assuming I am with the tents already because I would have noticed that. Or would I? Guess so. I mean, let's have a quick look. End step. Nope, I'm not. I'm not removing the tents either. Great. So I'm just going to do that here as well. None of this code is commented, so I'll make it universally not commented. Oh my god. That's a little bit cleaner. There we go. Same probably needs doing with the crashes and the store. Video games, eh? Video games. Alright. Okay, now we're doing the thing. Hey, Kurafox, what's up? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. How are you? Okay, so we're doing that, and then the other thing was I gotta clear those lists. Glad to hear it. Oh shit. Right, I need to destroy those lists in here as well now. Oh my god, there's always so much stuff to think about. Right. So they now have nearby humans, nearby tents, and nearby plants. Those are the new ones. And there's a few different objects which have those now. So we need to make sure we clean those up whenever those objects get destroyed. I see nearby humans is already there. Nearby fleeing. Interesting. Don't know if I even use that for anything. Just a random list that I create and destroy but never actually use for anything. Oh boy. Alright. Okay, no. Wait, what have I done? What have I done? There we go, okay, and then so all of the constructs, yeah, this is like where inheritance would be really nice, right? Or yeah, inheritance basically. This is why you want to structure your projects differently and use like constructs, constructors, structs, or whatever, and all that good stuff. But I ain't refactoring it now. We're embracing the jank. I'm going to do it that way on the next project. It's all part of the process. So we're going to add those to... Oh. RSVP ASAP, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. I don't know why we're not getting any raid notification sounds. That is unusual, but I hope you had a great stream. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm developing a colony simulation game in GameMaker Studio 2. I don't recommend it. It's not good for your sanity. Clean up. Nearby. See, I'm concerned now because I use nearby humans. That's the thing. I use nearby humans in conjunction with the transparency script, right? Oh my god. That's not good. That is not good. Frick. Yeah. Okay, so what does this mean for us? This means that shit's gonna be turning transparent. Hey, RSVP ASAP, welcome back. Hope you had a great stream. Thanks for the raid. What you been up to there on this fine day? Oh my god, I fucked up. I fucked up real bad. We're using the same list for two different things now, which means we're going to be adding going to be adding instances to this list when we don't want to. We kind of need a separate list. Oh no. Making bugs, nice, nice. Yep. You gotta make them to fix them. I don't know if maybe your game has bugs in it, like like as creatures. But I'm assuming you're just talking about bugs in the Matrix. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Hey. Even the bugs have bugs. Right. I'm gonna have to make a different list. Oh, jeez. And now the naming conventions are gonna get all weird. I'm just trying to think of all the places where this is gonna need to be updated. Oh no. I can't do a global find and replace. I could do a global find and replace with the other two. That is lucky, I suppose, but these. Alright, take it easy. Thanks again. Nearby plants. I mean, there is no reason to change those. It's only nearby humans that I need to worry about. And only for the constructs and plants. The humans, it could still be called nearby humans. That's fine, actually. It's going to get real confusing, though, if the naming is all inconsistent. It probably should be different for the humans as well. Okay, so nearby humans can be nearby humans fire, I guess. Guess we'll call it nearby humans fire. Not in here. Where is it? Okay, that might actually make things a little bit easier. I think because it's inside of the script, right? So all I need to do is change it in the create event for everything that runs the script. Okay, that's good. Yeah. So humans, hut, crash, store, tree, miracle tree, bush. That's it. Nearby humans comes nearby humans fire. Oh fuck! But they do still need a nearby humans list. Oh my god! I'm not having much luck today, am I? They need both. They need both. Okay, that's it. Now they have both, and then I need to go into my fire spread script and place wait, what? Not even in here. Oh wait, no, fire can't spread to humans. What? Oh, I just went. No, I went insane. I went insane for a second. Hold on. Fire can't spread to humans. That's right. Okay, so we don't need to worry about that. Nearby humans is fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Wait, but wait a minute though. Wait. Yeah, no, it's fine, isn't it? It's fine. Okay. Why do the humans have a nearby humans list? I have no idea. We don't use it for anything. It's only used for transparency, and that's only for constructs and... Oh, geez, yeah, it would have been many more constructs as well. Okay, luckily we're okay. I just lost my mind for a second. That's alright. Actually, these guys don't even need a nearby humans list at all. That is convenient. Okay, and then go back to these, and these... they just... Yeah, okay, yeah, nearby humans, nearby tents, nearby plants. That's all it needs. Great. Okay. Alright, we got there in the end. A little bit of going around in circles, but... seem to be back on track now. There we go. Okay, right. So what was I doing? I don't know. I have no idea. We were clearing up the new lists that need clearing up. That's right. So that would be for humans, tents, and plants in the cleanup event. Tents, plants, both there. Cleanup. Tents, plants, and and humans in this case. Yeah. Clean up. Humans, tents, plants. Bush. Clean up. Humans, tents, plants. Tree. Clean up. This is the thing. It's like you add some new lists to the game. You've also got to make sure you destroy them. Otherwise, you essentially just created a memory leak. Okay. Alright. Okay. And then the other place where we need to add that is in the portal level transition code. Humans, but I want to do clear, not destroy in this case. There we go. Yes. Okay. And anything else? No, they just get destroyed if you quit back to the main menu or load a save. That's fine. That is it. Excellent. Okay. So, right, back to testing what we were actually trying to do, which is transitioning to the good or the bad ending, depending on your conservation level. So we're going to need to go to the Arctic tundra. And we're going to need to go through the portal and see what happens. We should arrive in heaven if we have conservation level of 50 or above. below 50, we should arrive in hell. Be interesting. I suppose there shouldn't really be any fishing spots in heaven either, because you're in the sky. You're supposed to be like living on a cloud, you know, floating on a cloud. Something like that. Alright, where's the portal? Let's hope we don't need to deal with any aggressive creatures on the way over there. It looks like we might be okay. Here we go. Here we go! I can't hit some of the high notes that I used to be able to, I noticed recently. I was trying to sing Tweezer. And, you know, it's gonna be cold. I can't do it. I don't think I can hit it anymore. I can still hit the peach. Here we go. So I should update their sprite so they face the right direction when they go up those stairs. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Oh fuck, what? The S list clear nearby humans not set before reading it. Portal line 111. What? What's the problem? Line 111. Nearby here. Ah, right, because that's not a thing, is it? Yeah, just have to delete that line. It's fine, it's fine. Should have made a save. Oh well. Yeah, I never created that list to begin with anymore, because I realize we're not actually using it for anything. It's good to clear that stuff up. I'm sure there's more stuff like that, like the global wait list, although at least I do believe I'm destroying it again, so we shouldn't be creating a memory leak there, but it doesn't really make sense to create lists that I don't actually use for anything. Yeah. The global wait list was something I did really early on before I really understood what I was doing. And hence it got phased out. I hope these wolves don't attack us. Maybe I can just move us. Oh, shit. Okay, right, there's more. There's more, is there? Tracker's clear, interesting. So in the tracker's clear script. Tracker's clear? I didn't know I had a tracker's clear. Of course I do. Yeah, I knew I had a tracker's update. Tracker's clear. Ah, this is another place where I possibly should be doing this as well, right? And oh, I need to clear I think I'm doing it. I clear them on death no, I should clear them on extinguishment and death. That's right. I don't need this one anymore. It doesn't exist. But also I should add the other two here as well. This is the problem. It's like you have to update things in a billion different places. It's like every change you make has a knock-on effect in 5 to 10 different places, and you forget about it, and then weeks, months, years down the line you're like, oh, this is all completely wrong. So tracker's clear. Get those in there as well. What was the other one I said? I can't remember now. Trackers update. So we wouldn't do that in there because we never did it in the first place. Trackers clear. Portal. I'm sure I just said there was another place where I need to do it. God, we don't want to destroy it. We want to clear it. Right. Clear. What was I just looking at? I thought clear. That's definitely clear. Okay. Was it save load? I don't know. Why would it be save load? Save load would be destroy. We got to destroy. We're going to destroy the instances anyway, so that's already happening. I don't know. I forgot. I immediately forgot what I was thinking. Okay, we should be fine. We should be fine now. At least the game won't crash. We may still have a memory leak somewhere. I don't know. I will try to remember to make a save this time so I don't have to keep loading. Alright, here we go. Through the portal. We should arrive in heaven on the other side of this. Always nice when that happens. Oh, that's weird. See how the join thing disappears? That is weird. Pretty sure you can still join on them even when they're going up the portal stairs. I think you can. Hey, okay, that works. Here we are. Living on a cloud. This is supposed to be a cloud. I don't know if it really looks like a cloud, but it's fine. It's the end of the game. It's essentially the game over screen, credits roll, whatever. Like, I don't know if there's going to be much more to it than that. Why don't I have Miracle Hand? Oh, that's weird. I've lost my miracles? Oh boy, I'm probably... Ah, why did I put those there? We don't want to clear your spell book when you transition between levels, do we? That's whoops. Okay. Right. Oh, it was upon death. I think I might not be clearing those upon death. Is that what it is? Where is that? There we go. That's exactly what it was, right? There we go. All right. And what about felling and stuff? Am I not doing those? Felling? Felling does not seem to be there. Unless, oh, it might be in, like, there we go, okay. Right, it gets offloaded back to the global felling list. If you have anything on your local felling list when you die. Makes sense, makes sense. It's carpenter specific, so we don't want to do that for everybody. Okay. What else have we got? Oh, now I need to check whether it works the other way. So that would be... Oh, let me just do one quick thing to the save load system here. There was some other stuff I transferred, like the portal active and stuff, right? Oh my god, don't do that. Portal, global portal active should probably be in the controller object now. That would be best. And there are a couple others. But I don't know if I was ever actually saving and loading those to be the confirm portal. Confirm portal, interesting. Yeah, what does happen if maybe you can't save and load at that time? I'm not sure. And then entered humans. Entered humans? We just don't save and load it. We just re-add them to the... Okay, so it's basically just active portal that should be transferred into object controller, I believe. Go right there. And on the loading side of things, boom, there we go. So, okay, that's good. And, conservation object tracker. Jesus Christ. Conservation level. That should also be saved and loaded on controller. I mean, everything global should be defined and saved and loaded on that object, really, but somehow it's working, so we're okay. It's not like it's not working because we're not doing it that way. We seem to be able to get away with it with a few things. Save. Object tracker. Man, okay, I'm getting into the groove of things a little bit. I felt kind of weird today. Maybe the sort of transition back from one-wheeling into coding. I don't know, felt a bit weird. For the first half of the day. What am I looking at? There it is. Object control. Also, I think I was just like stupidly hungry this morning as well. I mean, I had my usual bacon and eggs for breakfast, but maybe it just didn't quite do the trick. And where have I been dropping it? I like to keep it consistent. Dropping that right after active portal, okay. Cool, and then I just need to head on over to the controller object and set this to like 0. So we'll see if this gives us the bad ending. Yeah. Just load my save. Oh, fuck. Can't load my save because I just changed the save load system, didn't I? Gotta make a new save. Wait a minute, what's going on? I set that to 0, it's nearly maxed out again. Geez, that's from all of the fawns that were born, or? Okay, possibly. I don't even see any fawns yet. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's also a thing. It's like going into a new level at a certain type of year is going to cause a bunch of animals to be born. Might not be such a bad thing, I guess, but I don't really know how this is going to work yet. We're going to have to iron it out over time, but just for testing purposes, I could really use it. It's just like staying at 0. I mean, there are no trees in that map, so it definitely wasn't that. Yeah, it's just got to be the animals, but I didn't see any fawns being born yet, so it's kind of strange. Oh shit, what? That's still in there? I just like forgot to remove it. Oh boy. Yeah. Maybe I missed that and a few others as well, I don't know. Conservation level. It's the only one. Ah, missed it on the wolves as well. Foxes. Yeah, I don't know what happened. There we go. Okay. We should be good now. I mean, it'll go up a bit when some animals get born, but we should be able to get through there before that becomes a problem, hopefully. Maybe we'll get a better spawn where the wolves won't attack us this time as well. Okay, we're in the red. We are in the red. None of these bears have cubs, so they shouldn't be aggressive. There's no wolves. Alright, we're going to be okay. So let's see what happens if we go through the portal. Oh my fucking god, what the hell? Okay, this one turns out it did have cubs. Shit. I did not see them. Hoping my legs are recovered for a drum stream this weekend. Oh. Yeah. I think I gotta learn to ride Switch just so that I can even out the the damage, you know, to my calves. My right calf is destroyed. Oops. Okay, we might just get in there. Is that bugged out? Seems like it might be. No? It's just slow. Alright, we're going in the portal. Let's see, are we gonna go to hell? Are we going to hell? Going to hell in a bucket, baby. But at least I'm enjoying the ride. Yeah, cool. So that works. So now we'll get the good or the bad ending depending on where exactly the conservation meter is at. I suppose the weird thing is that, like, the conservation meter going up whenever the animals give birth is, I don't know, it's out of the player's control, and often you're not going to see that. So it's going to be probably a bit confusing. Like, maybe it should only really be affected by things the player does. Another problem right now is that if the animal is killed by another animal, the conservation meter will still go down. That's not good either. So yeah, we need to sort some of this stuff out. The animals should be able to hunt each other, obviously. And yeah, probably the meter should only go up and down based on the player's actions, so that it's easy to kind of understand it. And it doesn't like punish you for things that are completely out of your control, or reward you for things that are completely out of your control. That would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? But at least we've got the basics of it kind of functioning, and now we can do the rest. And we fixed a ton of other stuff along the way as well. Really nice. Okay, alright, well, I'll be back in 2 seconds, and then we'll work on that stuff. Got back and realized I couldn't see anything. Okay. So, I don't know. I mean, it's like... I mean, definitely only, okay, Vi, Steven? Okay, level Steve, too, sorry. Object, object, and simply object, but never OBJ, really. I thought OBJ was the most common one. I wound up using OB. Certainly, alright, OB, yeah. Ob. Funny because I have object obelisk, and I would always type ob whenever I was looking for it. Even though it's a monolith, not an obelisk. So certainly animals killing other animals should not decrease the conservation level. Only hunting them or killing them by other means, like with miracles, should. The trees and stuff, yeah, it's like the only other fires right now that could be the only other thing that could set a tree on fire right now besides the humans or the player is lightning strikes. Random lightning strikes can burn trees down. And that we probably don't want to count against you, really. Do we add them? I forget if we add them to the combatants list. Do we? Tap. Miracle, fire, store, hut, crash, human, fox. Oh my god. Tree. We do not add them. Okay, we do not add them. With object human instance destroy. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? With object human instance destroy. That would destroy all of your human objects. Okay. So we're kind of assuming that the ecosystem would remain in equilibrium if the humans weren't present there, which is debatable. I mean, that would be the ideal, I suppose, but I don't think it's the reality. Just because it turns out balancing an ecosystem is basically impossible. But certainly animals killing other animals should absolutely not cause you to lose conservation points. So I'm going to move this into human. No. Also, I mean, I would want it in there as well. And if it would be this one. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, so they would still harvest it. They wouldn't hunt bears anymore because we removed that. But they could potentially still kill one in self-defense, and then they would still harvest it, which is nice. You don't want it to go to waste, of course, so I can just add that in here. That's perfect. Then I also want to add that in there in case the player smites one of these creatures as well. I'm just going to do that same thing for all of them. Well, maybe not the foxes, because those will never attack the humans, but I'm still going to want that in there. The wolves. I'm in the wrong event. Okay, grab that. With owner, object human, yep, right there. And right here. And then deer. Oh, don't forget to remove this one. Okay. Right there. And here. And then it's just the rabbits. Yep, that's definitely why you want inheritance and why you should be using structs and constructors and stuff. But I didn't know that when I started out, so this is what we have to live with now. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be refactoring it. That's going to have to wait for a future project where I can do it right the next time around. Okay. But that's that. Okay, so now well, it's not strictly true, is it? If an animal dies because it's on fire, we know that has to have been caused by the player. That is true. But we don't want it to be removed twice. That's the tricky bit. Yep, that's, oh my god. I'm gonna want to write a separate little chunk of code for this. That. Okay, so it's like these are the three scenarios in which we want to decrement the conservation meter. So that needs removing. I don't know if these guys even have an owner, because nothing actually hunts them, does it? Okay, there we go. That's good. Right, so that's one thing taken care of. Still, whenever a tree is destroyed, even if it's not by the player or the humans, it will go down. I mean, I believe you can extinguish trees with rain. I'm not sure that you can extinguish them fast enough. That would be the question. Can you actually extinguish them fast enough? It's me, man. Just gonna update the spawn system real quick. The bushes. Oh, do the bushes not have like a... They don't have separate spawn code for demo mode. Right, but just 30. Yeah, that's insane. Like, I mean, well, I mean, it is what it is, but maybe I should just crank it to 35 just to be on the safe side. Is that it? That's it. Yeah, because in test mode before, I noticed that there was a bush that spawned right next to one of the tents, and that's because I'd increased the size of the area that the tents could spawn in, so I've now increased the size of the area that the bushes can't spawn in, so that they won't spawn too close to those tents. In theory, anyway. May not actually be the case. No, I think it is. I think there's like a 5-cell buffer between them. We can confirm that. Or maybe we can't confirm that. No, we can. I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Here we go. Yes, there's a 5-cell buffer in between now. Okay, that's great. Alright. Okay. The conservation meter will still go up as the animal population replenishes itself, which I think is probably right. That's probably what we want, right? You're doing your job if the animal population is going up. So, yeah, that's probably fine. Even though it's like out of your control, it's a bit vague as to why the meter is just mysteriously going up. But, you know, I'm sure you could put 2 and 2 together when you see like the fawns and the cubs and stuff. The pups. The pupperinos. Yeah, the trees and the plants. That's still a little... It's like most of the time, 90% of the time, if a tree is destroyed, it's because the humans chopped it down, or because the humans somehow set it on fire, or the player set it on fire. Very rarely, lightning can strike a tree and set it on fire, and it would still decrement the conservation meter, which seems a little bit unfair. But yeah, the thing I was saying is, like, you might be able to extinguish trees with rain, but you don't necessarily get like alerted, you don't really get notified, so it's a little bit like lame still. Just gonna have to do test mode and then find an expansion stone. But we have the basics of the conservation mechanic implemented now, which is nice. And we have the good and the bad ending working. I forgot to disable the portals. Don't let me forget to do that. Disable those portals. We're clearing those lists now, so that's good. Oh, I should clear those lists on extinguishment as well. That's right. On extinguish. Sorry, not extinguishment. Clear those lists on extinguish. Here's an expansion stone we can use. Let let me just write that down if I haven't already. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's already written down there. I just haven't done it yet. Cool. And I need to reset that back to 100, really, don't I? Oh my god. Oh. This wolf might attack these worshippers here. Maybe I should get a guard on the case. Put a guard there to protect them. Oh, yeah, they got spooked by it. There we go. Okay, now I can... What was I doing? I have no idea. I set one of these trees on fire, but why? I can't remember what I'm doing. Oh my god. Goldfish memory strikes again. So, oh, I was going to try and extinguish it with rain. I bet... Oh, maybe. That bar seems to be filling up pretty quick. Yeah, I think maybe we can extinguish it before it burns away. Before it burns down. The smoke is going really hard left because of the wind is so strong. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get it extinguished. So there is that, at least. You can prevent your conservation level going down if trees are randomly set on fire by lightning by summoning a storm. In fact, the interesting thing, there is only lightning during storms. So it's already going to be raining, which will just extinguish them anyway. I suppose it's possible something could be set on fire during a storm and then the storm passes, but it's still on fire, or perhaps it spreads to other trees or whatever. Yeah. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. Let me deactivate the portals again, of course. We don't want those being active by default. So all open is false. There we go. Awesome. What do you want, little moth? Little creature? Want to go outside? I don't know, you're just kind of flying around. Alright. Well, that might be everything for today. We did a pretty good job there. We fixed a ton of stuff. I can't remember half of it now, but we did a bunch of good stuff. We fixed some memory leaks. We fixed that thing with the campfire particle depth not saving and loading correctly or something, or just not being set correctly. It's weird because, yeah, it's like it works until you save and load and then it doesn't work. I don't know, it's strange. Can't really explain it still. But we fixed it. And I don't know, we did a bunch of other stuff and we implemented the conservation mechanics, so that's pretty cool. It might obviously need some testing and some tweaking, but that's it's nice to just have it in the game. So yeah, we will have a good and a bad ending. Essentially, like, I mean, even if it's just that, in its simplest form, you either arrive in paradise or you go to hell, depending on how well you did at conserving the natural environment throughout your playthrough. That's basically it. And in heaven, it's like abundance and eternal life, or maybe not eternal life. Maybe it's just so abundant, like, that it's just like a great place to live, you know? And then hell is just like, obviously you're gonna die. There's nothing. There's no food. There's no water. It's just like raining fire, and there's lakes of magma, and yeah, it just kind of sucks. I think hell is going to be basically guaranteed death, or at least extremely hard to survive there. Or like the only way to survive is through your miracles, something like that. So it would require constant attention. Like the only food and water that you could possibly get would be provided through miracles. Same with any other kind of resources. So it would just be like a constant struggle. It's basically a map with no natural resources, and everything is trying to kill you. Like we'll have active volcanoes, like raining lava bombs down on you. All of the creatures there will be like demonic hellspawn that's just trying to kill you, and they're completely inedible anyway, because they're like, I don't know, demons. Demons imply that they, I don't know, I imagine demons are kind of fleshy. I'm not sure. Or am I thinking of devils? I don't know. But if we made them sort of like weird magma beasts that are made out of rock and lava or something, then obviously there's no nutritional value to them. In fact, you'd probably just break your teeth if you tried to eat them. Something like that, if there is even going to be creatures there at all. You know, this is definitely like quite low priority stuff still. Higher priority than that is getting all of the creatures in for the actual like biomes, the earthly biomes, if you will, and getting the rest of the miracles in the game. Those definitely take priority over doing the heaven and hell stuff. But yeah, that would basically, and I always kind of like this idea of paradise, you know, like being the end of the game, being the objective. Like, why are the humans going through these portals and traveling through these levels? Well, they're trying to reach paradise, right? And if you succeed, then you can reach paradise and everything's awesome. But if you suck, you go to hell, where everything sucks. So yeah, it's pretty nice. It's going to be pretty nice just to have some kind of a good and a bad ending. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I have 3 more miracle ideas in mind right now, and that will bring us to 20 miracles in the game, I believe. We have 17 right now, so that would bring us up to 20, which would be exactly half the amount of... Technically, I have 4 miracles in mind, although one of them may or may not actually make it in there. But yeah, with these 3... that could bring us up to 20 of the 40 miracles needed. So, yeah. And depending on how many miracles I can actually come up with, I might need to reduce the number of miracles in each level from 4 down to 3. Just so that I only need to come up with 30 miracles instead of 40. That might be easier. But yeah, I'm sure we can come up with some more cool miracles beyond the 3 that I'm thinking of right now. So yeah, it's mainly like it's miracles and creatures. Those are definitely the top priority. And then it would be like finishing the heaven and hell levels. And then there's all the actually important stuff, which I kind of need to make a list of, because that's all the sort of stuff that I am going to like need to do for like a publishing deal, if you know what I mean. Like when I approach publishers, it's going to be like the base game is kind of complete in a way, but I'm going to, in my pitch deck, I'm going to need to say like, I need this much money so that I can localize the game, so that I can add options to the game, so that I can add Steam integration to the game so that I can add like a proper save load system to the game. You know, this all this stuff. There's quite a few different things. I just need to write them down, put them on a list so that I can actually remember them all. Yeah, it's basically all of the stuff, like all of the peripheral stuff. Like the game is going to be pretty much finished, but then it's going to be like Steam achievements, localization, graphics settings. You know, you got to be able to change your resolution and stuff. Remappable controls, blah 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 blah, all that stuff, right? And that's basically what I'm going to be saying. Like, I'm going to be approaching a publisher with this build where I'm like, hey, I've got this game that I made. These are the things that are still left to do. If you give me some money, I can do those. If you give me some more money, or if you can, you know, offer some talent to the project, then we can do like the graphics and the sound and the music and the UI and stuff. And you know, that's kind of the plan from here. I'm just trying to get, like, I still have this time between now and like getting the Steam page up, where I can do this stuff and get it as like close to finished as possible. So it's about those miracles. It's about it will be about the creatures and the miracles mainly. And the Steam page is important because then I can do like a closed play test and I can give people Steam keys for that. And then people don't have to worry about like suspicious download links, you know, downloading stuff off of Google Drive, which is just how I've been doing it so far. You know, people can sort of trust a Steam key because Steam has like approved those files. And yeah, I need to get like a trailer and screenshots. Trailer, screenshots, build, pitch deck. There's probably some other stuff. Like a web page, which will be the Steam page, yeah. And then, because, you know, I've looked at different publishers and what they want you to submit. And those are the things they want you to submit. So I need all of those things. Even if it's quite early days still. You know, I'm still going to want to go for those. Still going to want to do those. So, well, I need to do those for some publishers, and even the ones that don't ask for all of that stuff will probably appreciate seeing it. So, yeah. And I can start accumulating wish lists and promoting the Steam page, even if the sprites, the human sprites. So that's the third thing, isn't it? It's like human sprites, miracles, creatures. Those are like the main things that need to go in the game still, and then it's all the peripheral stuff surrounding that. Yeah. So that's the plan. That's where we're at. It's pretty cool to be here, though, after like 3 years of development. I'd say there's probably like 2.5 years to go, something like that. I think the version number that I'm on, which I'm going to crank right now, is pretty accurate. We are on, what is it? So we were on 5.4.3, I think. So we're on 5.4.4. Yep, that's right. Version 0.5.4.4. We made it. Oop, seems like I forgot to increase that in the last build. The last build was seriously jank. I had all of that debug stuff enabled still. But we should be good. Oh, yeah. Almost forgot to set the conservation meter back to 100 by default. Gotta do that. There we go. Yeah, it seems like conservation meter is what I've settled on calling it. As opposed to the Conserv-O-Meter. So yeah, that's Pretty cool to have that in though, and the multiple endings. Yeah. And again, in the name of avoiding scope creep, perhaps it is better if the ending is more simple, you know. It's just, in a way, like the fact that you can't leave the final level again makes it sort of more meaningful, kind of. I don't know. It's like you've arrived in paradise where everything's perfect. It's like, why would you need to leave again? You know what I mean? It's kind of what I'm thinking, except for just reincarnating just for the hell of it, right? But yeah, we'll see about all that stuff, you know. The more time and money I have, the more stuff I can do, of course. And then, yeah, there's like the stretch goals. There's like the optional stuff that I can do, a big inventory system overhaul, adding just more fun stuff to the game, crafting mechanics, character progression for the humans, bees, birds, things, the birds and the bees. I could put the birds and the bees in the game. It's not, I'm not talking about turning it into a H game. I'm talking about literal birds and bees that could go in the game. So yeah, there's all sorts of possibilities, depending on how much funding I can get. Right? But that is basically it for today. I don't think I have enough viewers to rate anybody, unfortunately, but we made some good progress. I think I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the weather is supposed to be garbage for like the next week, so I'm gonna be inside coding away. Let's see. It's not gonna be too bad tomorrow, but yeah, Sunday it's gonna be fucking freezing apparently. And then for like basically like the first half of next week is pretty bad, so in fact all of next week does not look great. So I'll probably be here for the next week or so until the weather improves again. It was nice to you know, sort of get outside and recharge a little bit. Certainly needed it. Got a little bit sunburned. I gotta get some sunscreen. If I'm going to be spending that. My usual strategy, because I don't really like wearing sunscreen, is just to kind of stick to the shade as much as possible. But yeah, I'll be honest with you, I was riding on the prom where there is zero shade, very little shade. But I just felt that's just where I wanted to ride. That's just where I wanted to ride. Oh yeah, let me absolutely let me release this build, because the last one was god awful. So this one's a little bit more decent, and it's nice to have the conservation mechanic somewhat working. I hope it works with smiting. I'm assuming. Let's just take a quick look. Global tap. Smite. Yeah, just set smitten to true on whatever you're smiting. So it works. So yeah, it's all set up correctly. Alright. Gonna go ahead and release this build for Ko-fi members. And what an excellent build it is. Alright, there we go. Okay, that build is now available for download. Oh, I need to push this to the repository. So I've like fixed the campfire particles save load bug and fixed campfire particle save / load bug. Implemented Conserv-O-Meter and good / bad ending. Destroy more lists. Okay. I'm pretty sure I probably did some other stuff in there that I'm forgetting about, but that's basically it. Oh shit, that's still in there? Oh, that's funny. If I press the insert key, it just spawns 10 humans. That was for stress testing at one point. Alright. Nice, okay. Right, I'm gonna go grab something to eat and start winding down for the evening. Thanks for joining me. It's been a blast. We got a lot of good stuff done. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I guess I want to be like drawing sprites or adding new miracles to the game. Those are probably the highest priority things right now. Yeah, you know what's fun is that I could probably be asking some people if they want to play test the game soon as well. Although maybe I should focus on getting the Steam page done first, and then I can like send people links to a private playtest on Steam, because that's a little bit more trustworthy rather than asking people to download my shady Google Docs, Google Drive links. So yeah, maybe we'll wait until I've got the Steam page up actually. Alright, cool. Well, until next time, take it easy, dude. But take it. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.